All
But
right.
but Tamako, they're the ones that had you on a leash and we're getting shot collared.
Free game context.
And in the amount of time I've been with you, I've been killed by spiders and encountered
What?
spiders and so many other things.
Oh
This
yeah,
was
with
a
me,
long
you're
time.
immortal.
With them, I'm living. Anyway, hello.
I'm living. Oh my
Welcome back
god.
to Adventures in Groran. So, tonight, to recap, our heroes are 2 sessions into the ancient gnomish ruin of Shmalem, and they have gone deep, bro. They've encountered all manner of horrid things. A giant, terrible plant that they fought, nearly got killed by, until Arana, in a timely intervention, grabbed it by the stalk and just electrocuted it, ignoring type disadvantages and just disintegrating it into the ground. After a quick rest within the remains of the ancient Shmalem armory, courtesy of the tiny little construct slash alchemy jug Schmosset showing them the way, they were visited and told via messages that, one, Kyra's adopted sister Nicole was on the way and had finished her airship,
Ha ha ha! Kunk.
and also that they had been placed under the quote-unquote protection of the king in green, courtesy of a moving flower stalk of some kind. So they explored further into the ruin after obtaining a long rest, discovering that the main door that had once been blocked had then become a little bit easier to open, and with some effort they managed to do so, only to discover that they were not the first to make it into this ruin. It had actually been beset upon by none other than Flint, the tiefling thief that had at once taken Ellie into slavery and intended to sell her for some sort of reason, and then gotten off scot-free for it.
My nemesis.
Then, to
Also,
make
Mako's
matters
nemesis.
to make matters even more twisted, he was under the employ of Ciela von Kraft, the Madrian noblewoman who had betrayed Kyra and left her for dead in their expedition pre-Session 1. And in a very funny twist of fate, Kyra went in 5 seconds from telling Ellie to calm down from everyone else telling her to.
No, how it went was, it's okay, Ellie. Calm down, Sayla. My slut!
Upon learning and eavesdropping for a moment, nearly getting caught, and Schmosset almost getting shot, the tiny construct sought an alternate route to finding a way to get repaired, which he'd been trying to do for 2,000 years, and yet somehow is still functioning. Gnomes built stuff sturdy, y'all. Schmosset found a alternate route, he said, and wound up getting swept away by a water current. The gang decided to follow him, for whatever reason, and wound up, thanks to some very poor rolls, getting swept down all the way into some distant subterranean cavern full of some sort of bizarre fusion of machine and plant. Hold on one moment. My cat just broke into the room. I have to go close the door.
Oh dear. Contain the cat.
All right, there we go. Well, again, I have to take some more permanent measures to make sure she doesn't break in again. Come here, girl.
Contain the cat.
Okay, there we go. That resolves it. So, upon discovering this vast cavern, flooded from some unknown source of water, a ruined city of gnomish design, and a population of bizarre human-sized constructs who appeared to be made both of plant and metal material, They were led inside a vast chamber, an atrium and garden of sorts that was guarded by a massive construct with a tree growing out of it called Spring. And now we resume.
Ooh. Music.
The massive 10-foot tall mechanical aspects, with the tree probably closer to 20-25. Construct just moves towards you very slowly.
Does it look decrepit as opposed to the other ones?
Some aspects of it, the roots have kind of not been kind to the machinery. Its movements are kind of stiff compared to some of them. The ones
Okay.
outside were all moving with the same fluidity you would. This one
Yeah.
appears stiff, arthritic almost. Just looks over all of you with these green glowing eyes. Forgive me for the silence. It's been a long time since I've seen something unlike ourselves.
Hello.
It extends out a hand, which kind of is almost more root than metal at this point.
Ooh.
Places it on the chest plate and kind of bows the head a little bit.
Ellie mimics the motion. As does Leia. We are Ellie. This is Leia, our sibling. Looks to the others.
I am Cargo. I am Kyra Scott of all the matter where I'm from, and this is my familiar, although her origins is a bit detached from. It's been a long time since the tree.
Long time, you say? Well, that is a conversation.
It's
Ellie
been
elbows. Sorry.
It's been 2,000 years.
I was off by about 200 then.
Ellie elbows
No.
Kel.
Hi.
It's
The head just tilts a little bit at that. Good to meet you. Hi.
Oh, what?
Oh, Kel, introduce yourself.
I am not here to harm you. If I was, you would not have made it this far.
I imagine.
Yeah, that was. Yeah, if anything in this ruin wanted to, that invisible predator would have eviscerated us immediately.
We will speak
that-
of that.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
Ellie looks. Ellie looks
There's
at
one
Arana.
more of you I have yet to hear from.
yeah, I'm trying. Hello, my name is Arana Swiftsong. It's nice to meet you, although I wish I hadn't had to come down a waterfall to do so.
Well, there's not much other way to reach this place. I take it that means you came here by accident, then, Vinstance.
Yeah.
we were trying to follow that little Schmosset, since he has been our guide through this place.
I do say. Interesting. I would have thought that all of the firstborn would have fallen to ruin by now.
Firstborn?
Most have. It's a miracle Schmosset is as intact as he is.
He's a tough little shit.
Yeah, we were surprised that he was able to go through the water fine.
Plant tried to eat him.
Yeah, that
Okay,
also
so-
happened.
Which we dealt with.
Difficultly. But, what do you mean by firstborn?
Not to intrude, I think he means the first created of the gnomes of this place.
You are correct, Kyra Scott.
That makes sense.
Now, at the risk of sounding rude, there are questions I must ask you.
That is fair.
And there is something that I require your consent to do first.
Hmm. Oh.
What is it?
There is much danger in this place, far more than you know.
We've run into some.
You are the first I have seen in some time that has come from above. It's just been us down here since the tree grew, since Mother grew.
Mother?
We will come to that in time. Anything else I have seen has been some foul, dark thing that has crawled up from below.
What?
Insects?
You can insight, sure.
Are you referring to the tall insectoid humanoids, or worse?
Accidentally hit back. There we go.
Oh no.
I hit the wrong button. My bad. Okay.
You're good.
Because we've also been traversing a similar underground area trying to reach a safe haven for another group of people were accosted by creatures from deep below as well.
A friend of ours had to call upon the power of Ragmuth to seal it.
Well, I'll have to remember that. I do not know of the insects you speak of, but there have been all manner of terrors from the underworld, which is a shame. There were once many friends down there when I was once alive. When I was first born. Second born, not so much. But what I ask is for your trust and for your truth.
I shall trust. As you have given us hospitality in this place, I see no reason not to trust you. Nor is any reason to lie to you.
About that, Rana, raises a hand really hesitantly. She's like, I'm quite literally under magical means of not saying some things, so I'm not meaning to be, untruthful. I just have to be, or I will drop dead. Depending on your questions.
Secrets lie within you, then.
Depending on your questions, I might not be able to answer them.
But we can assure you that Arana is very trustworthy.
Then you will have no issue with this. The roots all just kind of begin to glow, and mutters a strange incantation, and he casts Zone of Truth.
Oh.
If you wish to fight it, you need to make a charisma saving throw.
Nope.
Kyra's not going to.
Yeah, neither is Ellie.
I'm not going to. It's just the several things that that I can't say.
And you said that to him. Or them, technically.
Kel?
Alright.
I ain't got nothing.
Okay. Ellie keeps going come on!
Well, if you have nothing to hide, hi and friends.
His name is Kel.
That's not what he told me.
Damn introverts.
So, is the Zone of Truth, this bizarre glow, just feels like every plant in here is humming a little bit from this. You see insects and little fey lights beginning to move around all throughout the garden space.
How
Which, in case
big
people
is
missed
the
it
zone?
last time, In case people missed it last time, this is straight out of Castle in the Sky down here aesthetically.
Oh yeah,
Awesome.
that's what I was.
love it.
That's why I love it down here.
Yeah. How wide is the zone?
15 foot.
Okay. Hmm.
I
You
am
cannot
imagining.
speak a deliberate lie in its radius.
I'm just imagining
What
these robots as the Castle in the Sky robots, only wood.
There's basically their interior parts are wood instead of circuitry.
I love that. It's so cool.
Mm-hmm.
Why have you come here?
We were sent here on an expedition by a college to for an official cover story reason to help clear this out, quote unquote, of any hostiles to the students of the next generation. However, we have our own means. We also had our own purpose to make sure nothing critical fell into the hands of the encroaching empires that are currently on the verge of war with each other above.
As much has changed.
My species and people are making inroads into the continent, and war seems to be inevitable.
I wonder who says it's inevitable and who doesn't.
As far as my knowledge is, as someone who was a sacrificial lamb to the politics of the bureaucracy.
And are you a sacrificial lamb now?
No, I'm trying to avoid that. Thank you.
We're trying to go to her home. It's safer there.
Not really.
It's safer than being here right now, Cal.
That is not a lie.
No. I am merely. I mean,
It is a different kind of situation than the mainland.
it is perspective.
Kara
So-
pulls out the satellite map. Are you familiar with Schmolleman's orrery? Hello?
Rolling dice.
Rolling dice.
Oh.
Rolling dice, please hold.
Initiate dice roll.exe. Just prints out a little receipt out of his mouth because he's an old machine.
Sounds like a
Alright.
dot printer.
Yep. Prints out a butt made of threes. Alright. Okay. Alas, my memories as a firstborn are lost to me, so no.
Kara
I
pulls
do
out
not.
the map, and can I just, out of character, bring it up to speed, or would you like that in character?
You can just recap. Just give a Cliff Notes version of what you want to recap to him.
Alright, so I'm from this island over here, which is full of Skystone. The country, it is a colony of the country over here, she points to Madria on the map, that is currently making inroads and with giant airships into the current empires here.
I hate those airships.
We know not what goes on over here from our knowledge. It is where the old invading elves once have rooted themselves.
Where our
Invading, you say?
Well, where they used to invade. They've been
they're
it's been 2,000 years,
sequestered
but
there now.
they've sequestered themselves there.
Truth
And
is
our
known.
Ellie points to the little islands, and that is where our people are from. They were, as far as we can tell, created as guard dogs.
And my familiar over there comes from these islands to the south.
Well, I thank you for enlightening me to the wider world. All I have ever known is here.
Oh,
However, it comes to my attention that my colony might seek independence and therefore put the bigger country over here in a bit dire straits and provoke it into a war. to pursue as a source as a means to get Skystone and now they are coming here to exploit the ruins above and use what technology might lie so they can easily pursue an invasion to the countries that are not here.
Yeah, we would rather they didn't get to do that.
Yeah, that would be bad.
So you are here masquerading an attempt to masquerading an aid to plunder.
Masquerading an aid to plunder?
It is a complex concept. Apologies, your language is strange to me.
We are
You are
trying to
here,
stop them from plundering by
Yes.
getting here first.
and yet
and
you
making-
are, and yet you claim you are here to clear this place out of all manner of hostile threats.
That
We
is our
don't
cover-
want children to
That-
come in and die.
Children of plunderers are often plunderers themselves, are they not?
But they're young. They don't understand. They have been raised in this.
Either way, we were going to essentially use this place as a means of escape before. I did not mean to plunder this place, or all I know is that people of immense wealth are going to use it as a means of justify war.
You carry creator things yourselves, I see. Weapons, mostly.
I
found-
found this. I found in one of this a den of a spawn of tattoo.
That is why you are still alive.
And this, Ellie pulls out the sword we found upstairs. Or up above, whatever. It was in the armory. It was one of the few things left.
I see. So, 2,000 years and coexistence is still a foreign concept.
Rana just gives a little, like, shrug, like, I guess so. I don't know what's so fucking hard about it.
Ellie makes the Kermit face.
I don't. I'm the students. The students from the college we are from were mostly there to learn about the history of the world, since a lot of the history of the world is lost. That is why I'm here. My own is not for ruins or plunder. It's to understand what came before.
Would you like to know?
We would. Well, you know,
Not at the cost of another.
yes. What Kyra said. We speak like
I
this
do not-
because we
I do-
also speak for our sister.
I do not wish to desecrate, but I do not wish more harm to come to others.
Well, that's a bit of a shame. The zone of truth starts to fade.
Oh,
Because I'm going to ask you to do both.
Oh,
what?
There is much knowledge to be gained in this place, in this city, even still after all these centuries. 2,000 years, my. This tree was much smaller once, he says, looking back at the much larger than sapling, but not quite fully grown tree sticking out of his back.
You called the tree mother.
And why do you think I did?
Are you? Do you mean the wormwood?
Wildwood.
Wow, do you mean the wildwood?
I do not know how, nor do I presume the knowledge of knowing how. But yes,
So the
at some
wildwood.
point, our people awoke. No knowledge, no anything, no creators to guide us, no creators to order us. We simply were.
And you all have pieces of the wildwood in you?
We believe so.
Maybe look.
You are looking now. I have nothing to hide.
Fair, fair.
So what do you ask of us?
Just kind of slowly starts to turn. Gestures over, long hand over at a dais off about 100 or so feet back away from him. That is what you seek, is it not? That will lead you back up to the city proper. This is the Undercity where most folk once dwelt, and you are quite a ways down, as it were.
We
If
did go
you
down
tried
for
to,
quite a while.
there's much deeper still you could go to, child.
There is?
The entirety of the underworld. If they have things coming up from below, then
Did the city reach down into there?
Once, yes. Once it was not the underworld, it was just part of the world.
That's...
It was lost, it clearly. The corruption of the abyss is deep. It appears to be making its way up.
so the
If you-
horrors that you've been dealing with, are they the spawn of Tattoo?
And his influences, I believe so. I remember
We
that
have
much.
we have had some dealings with Tattoo in a not good manner.
I can't imagine anyone's had any dealings in a good manner in a very long time.
He's kind of a
Fair
bitch.
enough. Yeah, yeah. We were
Fun
cursed
word.
for a while. We had to go on a whole arc to undo it. It was a whole thing.
I see. Well, if I were to let you go back up to your surface, what will you do?
Elodie crosses her arms and like thinks.
I
Well,
have seen the measure of your character. I am satisfied. You may speak truly.
We
There was currently a group
There
of
is-
true plunderers above us now.
we are not leaving until we face one of them.
So you oppose those who plunder.
Yes.
Yes. Kyra seeks to learn, not to take. And if this sword belongs to somebody, then we would give it back.
Anyone who that belonged to is long dead. What I ask of you is simple. There is no other way up from here but this dais. But if the world
One-
above has changed, are there places one can go where one can live without fear?
if you can find them, yeah.
Yes, there's places. They're not everywhere, but they exist.
Rana had
The
a really
entirety-
funny look on her face when she says, if you can find them, yeah.
That's an insight, Arana. 16.
I'm not gonna try to oppose you. You can probably guess what she's getting at.
Okay. Ellie has like thinks about the doppelgangers and everything. Is like
Do you still remember the city of Epton? If Epton was back then, was it
Oh,
back then?
we did.
BBB?
Yes, Epton's the oldest city on Earth.
Epton still stands and is still inhabited by Ganassi. So
City of
theoretically,
Rivers.
So if you seek shelter, perhaps reaching out to them might.
Less shelter and more an opportunity for those of us here who wish to go. But there is something you must do with me first.
what is that?
Schmalim, like all the old necropoli, was a place where ambassadors would come and meet. Ambassadors from all parts of the world and all parts of other worlds as well.
Oh,
Down the way, wading through some of the muck, you will come across an old hall, the home of a gate. A gate
wait.
that we cannot reach.
A
Then we
gate,
cannot deactivate.
a gate to other planes.
I
You want us to destroy it? Is what you're getting at?
destroy or simply deactivate. But it is impossible for my people to reach. Any who have tried have perished. And I am not willing to
Why?
lose another.
Does it have something to do with your nature that prevents you?
I
Because
believe
there are so
so.
many of you here.
We are fewer than you think. I would like the opportunity to grow.
Of
There's only
course.
room for so much of us. We only create another of our own when one perishes. I would like to not have to do that anymore.
Alright, well,
If you are willing to traverse and shut down this thing preventing danger, because some dark things have crawled through it as well.
Hmm.
point the way.
Aldrin will do so. You do that, I will answer your questions you might have about this world as I remember it, and about your invisible attacker.
To be fair, it hasn't
Well,
attacked us yet.
I think it's because I have this. Although,
It's only a matter of time before that won't be enough.
Hmm.
oh, that's good to know.
Do this for me and all will be known.
We shall do
Should you-
so.
Should you perish, I will intend to make sure, if I am able, you will find peace and rest. The abyss will not claim you.
All right.
Okay, I'll got to it.
It's already tried once.
Yeah.
Or twice.
That's, we did.
Or three
A couple
times.
times. 3 times, yes.
I will warn you, it is guarded.
We figured as much.
We know not the nature of it, only that it is very powerful and from another realm.
We have faced a few things from other realms ourselves.
I hope it will prepare you for what lies ahead.
Maybe
It
not.
is-
Maybe not. But like,
Quite a few of my people, warriors greater than any of us even today. Pauldron is mighty, but he is the last of them.
and why do you think we can do it?
Well,
I
we
have
got
a-
here. Well, we got down here, didn't we?
I have a good feeling. A good change often sparks another,
We are willing to try.
and that is all that matters.
But if we
Turns-
do not get out of here, we must ask something of you,
And that would be?
the man up above. Do you know what a tiefling is?
No. What is that?
They
Ugly,
are
high, has horns.
humans with demonic blood,
I don't think they've ever seen a human before, besides me.
like Kyra, but with demonic blood. They have horns. This one has he's black skin, right?
Yep.
His skin is black and his eyes glow. He is the one who took us from our home and put us in a cage.
They are here to plunder. There is very little cause for them to come down here. They'll find all they need in the foundry and then some. In that case,
We do-
you're on borrowed time.
Yes.
Just
so
walks over and sits down on the dais, shaking the garden. A whole bunch of
Ooh.
very weird-looking birds off Ragnus. They do not have eyes flying
Oh.
around.
Question. Do you know of something called this? He called himself the King in Green.
Ah.
We were told we are under his protection above, but
That weapon you carry will no longer be sufficient.
oh.
Oh.
I will
So
answer that question in time as well.
So him doing that essentially rendered our
Immunity.
Hey,
This city has been, or what remains of it, has been a battleground between those unable to let go of the past. You have had the favor and the ire of both of the leaders of those forces since the moment you walked in.
Oh,
That is all I will say, until you return.
So what? Your plan is to, after we deal with this, y'all are just gonna pack up and leave.
The Deus, I will remain. But the others who wish to go may do so. I was not willing to send them up to the surface world to explore without knowing what world awaited them. And now I do. It is much the same, but there is potential in it. I've seen that much. One of the children of Skalaith walking around with others.
Oh.
We live in a vastly different world now.
That's one way to put it.
It is the only way to put it. It leans forward and just kind of starts to wind down a little bit. I rest now. I wish you luck in your endeavors. I will be waiting for your return. The head just goes limp and just hangs down.
Well, we were going to ask him to make sure Flint died if we died. Too late.
So
well,
don't die.
Well, there's nothing they can do up above since.
They're asking us to do something, and we might die in this. We think it's only fair to ask them to kill one person who's in their house.
Well, that all depends if the invisible predator or the Fae don't get to them first.
Very well might. You hear turning around and seeing Pauldron just kind of leaning against the doorway.
Hello again, Pauldron.
I've been here the whole time.
Oh,
It's
you were
been
very
listening,
quiet.
Oh, then I guess you know that you're supposed to show us wherever the hell we're supposed to be going.
I will go as far as I am able. There is a point in which my people never return.
Must be something that messes with your robotic or your botanical components.
Perhaps. I don't know. I don't want to die, so I don't go there.
Of course
Wait.
not.
Wait, has Ellie been using a thesaurus?
She's been hanging around you.
You are the thesaurus.
Yes, you
That's
are
fair.
the
That is
thesaurus,
100%
Kyra.
fair. You have expanded her syllables immensely.
Yes, she is much more eloquent than when we started. Not great, but better.
She knows big words and stuff.
This better not be another fucking rust monster.
I
What?
get the feeling that it's a little bigger than a rust monster.
It's
Oh,
huge. Its shadow
we-
covers the entire hall when it is there.
Great.
Its voice
But
echoes
no-
out in deep, echoing rage that we can hear all across the chasm.
Voice? What does it say? Does it say anything you can understand?
It echoes out really loudly. Something about beholding its wrath and enjoying the sounds of carnage. I hear weeping at times, too, so it must find some manner of thing to entertain. Perhaps it has minions.
Or perhaps it too tortures what comes from below.
It might. All I know is that whenever we've gone in to address or deal with it, none of us ever come back. I'm the only one here left who he kind of snaps two of his fingers together and a little wisp of firelight appears on one of them. Kind of looks like a lighter a little bit, but it's clearly arcane in nature. The only one left who can do this.
Neat.
The rest of us have more mundane skills. Arcane abilities are rare among us.
Well,
Well, we'll do our best.
indeed. It's all we can do.
Spring accepted you, so I will as well. Come. He just starts walking along the decrepit pathways through the city. Just sharing quick little nods at any of the other constructs that are past, many of them looking over at you. Still not quite sure what to make of the lot of you. You're getting looked at like zoo animals that are kind of exotic, all frankness.
Ellie's
Some
doing
of
a
us
bit of
are
the
zoo
same.
animals.
Yeah, some of us are skinks and bulls, and stoats.
Fucking weird half ferret. Missing half its fur.
Nobody knows
Also
what the
a
fuck I am.
also a stretched gnome.
Yes.
Stretch, no.
Oh, that gnome must have fallen into the taffy polar.
Oh,
I'm taffy
someone
polar.
must have cut that L's ears off.
God. Wait,
No, I'm pretty
Ellie's
sure
looking-
she's a gnome.
No, she's an
That's
elf.
happening now. They're fighting over what you actually are. That long gnome is most bizarre. What happened to its skin? She's clearly an elf, you moron.
Rana looks over at Kyra and goes, "Long gnome,
God.
long gnome."
I'm going to tell Schmeizik about that when we see him again. Oh shit, that's right. Maybe you ought to send a message to Nicole. He did say he wanted to come along.
Yeah, didn't I already send her that?
No, we need to let him know that Schmeizik, yeah.
Yeah, I already told. I would have. One of the sending spells I sent all the months back. I mentioned that.
All right, cool, noted. It's like, huh.
Although we probably should tell Blackwood that there's already plunderers at play.
Should we?
I mean, for all we know,
Kyra.
it is kind of weird that we got sent here at the exact same time that we ran into those maniacs outside who were actually under their employ. Not gonna lie, that's a little sus.
Yeah, you're right.
We don't want to assume, Kyra, but Blackwood may be involved against his will or not.
I mean, we are dealing with a lich here.
He did say don't tell him anything. So, all right, I'll keep
Yeah.
that. As far as he
I
knows,
think-
I told him to stay back because of the invisible predator. But
Yep, last update's fine. If he wants to get in touch, he will. He's already gotten in touch with us like 2 or 3 times.
all right,
And if we're dead, well, that sends a pretty clear message anyway.
I do want to point out that our last message to Blackwood told him about the other party, and it seemed to me that the group above us didn't know that we weren't them. If Blackwood was in contact with them, wouldn't he have told them?
Well, I don't necessarily think he's in contact with them, but he might be involved in this thing as a whole.
I'm just not willing to put anything past Madria as a whole right now.
We don't want to disbelieve Blackwood, but we need to be careful given the circumstances.
And the fact that there's a lich that could probably...
The fact that there's the lich, yes. That could probably kill all of us without a second thought.
Or
What if that
intercept.
entire rock face?
Who knows what the hell he can do. So,
Did Schmeiser give us another bag of folding?
Yeah, he did, technically.
Yeah, I think we have a general one. I think he lent us one to get stuff in here.
Yep.
I just wanted to point that out to give Kyra a little comfort that maybe her favorite professor didn't send her in here to die.
That's fair. That's fair. Ellie's been a little suspicious of Blackwood, though, like, for a while.
You speak as though there is no one you can truly trust on the surface world.
Well, from my country, that is.
Definitely.
Is your country right above us or overseas? I couldn't really see the little thing you showed Spring.
My country is from the overseas. The country above you is occupied by gnomes and dragonborn still.
Do you know what?
I'm amazed it took them this long to get here then, if they had airships.
They've only recently developed airships, we believe.
On their
You
own.
hear him sound, it's just this weird cough, sputtering, almost sounds like an old jalopy engine starting up for a moment as he actually laughs for a second. They rediscovered them. The technology was lost, and they rediscovered it.
Yeah.
Ah,
Well, they found the Skystone and figured out how to make their own from there.
Just from Skystone.
As far as
well, Skystone helped. More like they were already inventing in the sky, but the Skystone opened up more avenues.
See, I'll keep
It,
that
it,
in mind.
it- because it allowed overseas travel to be a bit immensely more feasible because of tattoo.
Well, they're clearly not to the level our creators' airships were then.
Oh, not from what I've heard of. From what I've heard of records, definitely not.
We
Good.
don't like them
That's-
either way. Oh,
And that's why
yeah.
we don't want them to learn anything here. Because the
You're
last
very,
thing they
very
need-
wise on that. We, our creators, can no longer create weapons. They were
We
cursed
are?
and no longer allowed to.
Did we know that? We knew
I've
that,
heard-
right?
Isaac's mentioned that before.
Yeah.
Okay. We've heard. We are friends with one of your creators.
No.
A descendant of one of your.
Yeah. We are taking him with us to be safe.
And you
To be
included
safe from the
another point
calamity,
in your favor,
whatever.
then. Good.
His name is Schmeisik, and he is our friend.
That's a creator name, all right.
Damn, she was.
Ellie looks a little sad. And we had.
Yeah, I just
it-
want
maybe-
to know.
Yeah, if Pauldron was made by Gnome, his name would be Pauldron.
No, they didn't
Waldron.
name us that. That was a creator privilege only.
Oh,
Yeah, just one question. Just do gnomes name everything with that smem?
Only themselves. And their cities. Things of great importance earn that honorific title. We were made
Yeah.
to be soldiers. Pretty much just that. Before
Yeah,
Mother
well-
awakened us, that was all we were, just mindless husks who followed orders. We were good at following orders. We'd follow very specific ones, but that's it.
And here I thought
Um,
gnomes would have things like smingerbread.
Oh, that is one thing, yes. Told you, things of great importance. Recipes are one of them.
Oh my god.
Knew it.
What is eating like, by the way?
It's a mixed
If
bag.
it's yeah.
Have to try
We
it
tried to-
sometime.
Eating technically got us cursed.
Well, then I'll definitely not have to try it next time.
No, you're trying it right now. Rana pulls a cookie that she made out of her pocket.
Will I be cursed?
No.
No. We see we bit a deep scion after it bit us and
She
went
swallowed.
badly for us.
She swallowed.
Yeah.
I hope you are more intelligent in the future, then.
We were angry and it bit us and it almost killed the others.
I hope you are more intelligent in the future.
All right. Ellie like power walks ahead of everybody.
You do not know where you are going.
Cookie.
Ah, you're right
reaches-
behind us. You're right behind us. If you turn, we'll notice.
He takes the cookie and just looks at it for a moment. Where do I insert this?
Mouth.
Do you have one of those? I'm sure you do.
I'm speaking with one, aren't I?
Yeah. One that you can put things in and not like.
I will try. I don't
Meanwhile-
use my jaws much.
Meanwhile, Kara to Mako. Oh wow, someone was sassier than you.
Like, I know, it's weird. This metal man, it must be the Fae in him. You just hear this scraping sound as his mouth he kind of has to use his hand to pry his lower jaw further apart a little bit.
Ooh.
Just snaps it in. Just quiet for a moment.
While
I
he's
was not-
chewing,
I was
Can
not
I-
programmed with taste buds.
can I perception ahead of us?
You may perception the area, yes.
Yay. 12.
Wheel. All right.
Well,
Just-
hopefully he doesn't
yeah.
ask advice
take
on
in-
chewing.
First and foremost, you just take in the sheer scale of this place now that you're actually looking up and around. This cavern is hundreds of feet high.
Damn.
And you can see up on some of the distant cavern walls what appear to be structures, kind of in a tiered, almost rice paddy kind of aesthetic looking thing. Tiered
Oh.
shelf-like carved out stone structures along the way, but the buildings are very dilapidated and abandoned. You can see those massive waterfalls that you came down, pouring far, far up, almost beyond the edge of your vision.
Damn.
And just this sea of water with little building tops poking up out of it. Kind of looks like a town that got hit particularly bad by a hurricane. Just as far as the eye can see.
Hey,
You
wait.
see other constructs looking around, bizarre underground flora and fauna that are kind of overgrown. Some parts of it are tended, but most of it has just been allowed to go. And you also see little bits of, well, you recognize stone growing here and there.
As what?
There's skystone growing around out of the walls and even a little bit out of the floor.
Don't breathe in the fumes.
Pauldron,
Yes,
the Skystone is growing down here.
it grows, yes. Very slowly.
Is that normal?
Is it not?
We've never seen natural Skystone.
It exists deep in the earth. Fonto is one of the few places where it's very close to the surface.
Most of it is in the sky, last I heard. In the giant cities.
Not
Do
all
we
of
know-
those left.
Wait. The giant cities were in the sky?
The giant's not around to tell you this?
Irana looks
we-
up.
We've never met one.
They're kind of gone.
I see.
Okay. Do I know?
Well, I have
Kyra,
concluded.
wait,
I have concluded eating the cookie, and I have come to one conclusion.
Huh?
I cannot taste.
Tragic.
It's a shame.
Well,
That's
it
a
was
shame.
one shot.
When you find something good, it is very, very nice to eat.
Does not make me feel better.
Hey, Irana, don't you have prestidigitation?
I mean, that doesn't make me give somebody taste buds.
Oh.
It just makes it taste better if you can taste it already.
Taste buds.
That's part of organic being's mouth that processes taste.
We'll have to ask about that. Anyway, just kind of take steps. It's like, mind yourselves. The water should be safe. We patrol it every so often, but I can't promise anything.
When we were above, we caught a glimpse of something peeking at us from the water. What could that have been? One of you? Do you swim above sometimes, or
Just swimming.
oh,
Basically
like-
traversing deep water without walking along the bottom.
Just
Yeah.
all I know how to do. He says as he takes a step down in much deeper water than emerges out of the other side.
you sink. Okay, that makes sense.
I am made of metal.
I mean, we don't know. We didn't want to assume.
All of this is going to be directly over my head, isn't it? She says, looking at the water.
Most
I
likely.
can dare you, if you please.
Kel can do that.
Yeah, Kel,
I imagine
Kel
as
carry
Ron
Irana.
Imagine Ron says that, Kel's already picking her up by the scruff
Yep.
and putting her on his head.
It's
Not
like,
anymore.
Oh,
up you go. He's like, all right.
It's like puppies.
We
Ellie smiles as she watches Kel pick up Irana. I mean, yeah.
Thank you, Kel.
Aye. So, Pauldron tilts his head at you for a moment at that, Cal. Just, things have changed.
How? What does that mean?
I fought your
Oh,
kind
'cause
before. I remember them.
Child of Scalafy and all that.
Yeah, there was one upstairs.
Was.
Yeah,
Well,
Kel
Was.
killed him.
That's someone else. I can't remember now.
Well, it is good to see that some of your kind have sworn off of your father's ways. Your creator was a monster for all intents and purposes.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
Kel, You are nothing like any of them.
You are truly not. Their savagery was of the worst nature.
Well, since Kel is the most noble person I've ever met, then definitely not.
I could always drop you.
You could.
But you won't.
But, mascot
Lord.
versus Flash.
God, this is like one of those critical moments in a Telltale game. It's going to betray you later. It's like, drop Weasel. Don't drop Weasel.
Rana will remember this.
You ain't seen the last of me. Blah, 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 blah.
Cut to later in this series where it's like, drop bull, don't drop bull.
Sorry, Kel. I remembered that.
Fuck. I don't know how Arata would be holding him up, but
You'll be a higher level
Magic.
caster then.
it's fair.
Yeah.
All right. So, walking through the flooded portion of the city, you do see underneath it is exactly like the deteriorated cobblestone and everything else you were walking on. It's just under a good bit of water. It is surprisingly clean up this close to it, but you do notice looking off into the distance, it gets murkier and darker and starts to take on a slightly more briny appearance and quality.
Huh.
I guess that's what they mean by cleaning it.
Don't trust like that.
We are not going out far.
Do we smell the salt?
A little bit as you get a little bit further away, yes. There is moving air down here a little bit.
Of course we smell the salt. I'm right here.
But
can I survival just to like look at like get a feel for like any kind of living stuff down here outside of the construct?
Survival, sure.
10. Wow, I have a +7. God
This is
damn
a
it!
very foreign environment, I will say that. There's not much living in this water at all. You don't see any fish darting or moving about, nothing really, not even any plant life. Kind of reaching down and sniffing at it, it is salt water.
No plant life outside
Nope.
of the
The
constructs?
stuff growing up
Oh.
on the little island and the plants inside of their bodies, yeah.
Oh.
Can I roll an investigation check? See if I can find like anything of particular, any signs of anything.
Okay, sure.
24.
Not bad, okay. What kind of anything are you looking for specifically?
Like bits and baubles, or like signs of like creatures moving through here, like any like the sigils of tattoo or anything.
Nothing abyssal that you can see. You get the vibe that anything intelligent enough to leave a visible mark or anything probably was dealt with before it got the chance to. But you don't really... It looks like whatever all was in here is either deteriorated from the exposure over 2,000 years or washed away. Just about all that's left is just the skeletons of structures and little bits and bobs. You do see something pretty interesting as you round a corner past a dilapidated alleyway. You see a Skystone shard that is sticking about 10 feet up out of the water, and
Whoa.
it's red instead of the
Ooh.
usual blue. Don't go near that.
Would
What
Kyra
is-
know? Would Kyra know about Redstead Skystone shards given Tonto?
You've never seen a red one before.
I've
What
seen
is
a red
that?
one before.
The abyss
What is that?
The abyss has taken it.
Oh.
Oh,
Tattoo has infected it?
To an extent, yes.
so what do
Can-
infected Skystone do?
I've never seen it affect someone that isn't one of us. It doesn't really
What-
do much. It causes, well, it can cause great harm if it is close enough in proximity. There's something malevolent and angry about that stone. We take care to not go near it. It can attack for all intents and purposes.
Does
Oh,
it manifest?
let's,
Does it manifest tentacles?
No, not that I've seen.
alright, so
Alright.
let's avoid that. It's
Agreed.
Well, it's like, well, if it's evil Skystone, and Skystone normally floats, does it make you sink? Questions to think about.
questions to think about.
Kel, did you just tell a joke?
You tell me.
I'm so fucking proud of you right now. You told a joke and backsassed.
Ellie's like,
Never thought the day would come that I actually appreciated the humor of a Skalathi born.
you should not call him that.
Then what should I call you? You didn't tell Spring what to call you.
Yeah. Doesn't
Kel,
really
come on.
matter.
It does matter, Kel.
It matters to you, so it matters.
It matters to us.
Most people just call us Minotaurs.
Minotaur.
Secrets are your secrets are yours. Worry not.
No, he said
I meant to
Minotaur.
say, it's like most people just call us Minotaurs.
Well, if I'd known you were going to be so withdrawn, I would not have shared my name so quickly.
He is shy.
Ah,
He is a kind soul. He's just talking is difficult. She like leans in. Talking is difficult for him.
It's not exactly an open secret.
Meanwhile,
Then I would-
Uthermon is like, come on, tell him your name.
actually, funny thing, Kel. You haven't heard from Uthermarn in a long time, actually.
Oh.
Hmm.
You haven't heard from him pretty much since around when you were, pretty much since around when you saw that card a couple sessions back with the dead troll.
Ooh.
He's been very quiet.
Normally Uthermarn would be chiming in about now, telling me to socialize.
Uthermarn.
Is he
You
not?
said you didn't know any giants.
What?
What?
He's
As
not
far as
a
I know,
giant.
God.
Yeah.
The king of the fire giants is called a god now.
What?
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 Huh. Well, that explains the giant forge.
Uthermarn was elevated to a degree of higher personhood by the sky god during the closing days of the god wars. That was far before my time.
Oh, Uthermon used to be a mortal.
Yes,
Wait, Uthermon is the storm god's brother. If I'm remembering right, Vivi.
mm-hmm.
So would that make Runda a storm giant?
Yes, in fact. If you're putting two and two together there.
So that would mean Runda is a storm giant.
That would
That's
explain
strange
why-
that's not common knowledge to you. Guess
Lost
things
and
have
lost.
changed.
What's that, Cal?
A lot has been lost,
Indeed.
and I kind of live in the middle of nowhere.
Lost or not written down.
The gnomes had had their civilization destroyed. The elves have either spread themselves too thin or sequestered themselves, and the Dragonborn do not care about their history.
And we are new. Ish. We don't know how long the Vash have existed.
And my people originally started as elven slaves before we turned the tables a few thousand years ago.
Noted.
Was there anything in your time that resembled us?
The dragon folk who walked about, sure. Are you wearing your hood?
Oh wait, right. She would have been wearing a hood. Actually, no. That wouldn't have stayed on when from coming down.
Just clarifying if that was up to you,
yeah.
whether it was up or
I
not.
was,
That will
I
change
was,
his answer.
I was thinking about. I didn't think about that. No, that would not have stayed up in her fall down.
So if it is down, just okay. You do resemble the Dragonborn, though not quite. Unless there's some new kind of dragon walking around, but I doubt that very much.
We have we have banked on the resemblance to blend him. Our cloak. She puts up her hood and like activates it and shrouds her face. It helps us blend.
Just never mind the tail.
Yes, our tail is she switches it around, much more articulate than the Dragonborns.
Clearly, most I ever saw cut off their tails as children.
We heard that. We still just do not understand.
I don't either, but then again, he just kind of looks back at his own ass. Just, I don't have a tail.
But
I don't know.
having a tail is so nice. It helps you
Take your
keep
word for
balance.
it. Maybe I'll see about having one added on.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you should.
But yeah, with her arm being a giant, that makes sense why the giant forge woke him back up then.
Is he saying anything to you, Cal? About this?
Still quiet.
Nothing at all.
Is that normal, Cal?
No.
You think this place is
You are close to the
bothering
call
him?
of the abyss, rather deep down into Ragnar's domain. It's hard to say for sure.
That's what I figured. He's not exactly strong at the moment.
But when
I'm
we fought
surprised I'm surprised he's alive.
He barely was when I found him.
Gods are hard to kill, it seems. But with after what Skalaith did, well,
Yeah, he told me about that a little.
Spring can tell you a lot more.
What is Spring like to the rest of you?
Spring was the first of us. Shepherd, guide, protector. The only one with a direct connection to the tree up above he calls Mother.
The airship was awful close to that tree. I wonder if he could, if we die, do you think he would ask Mother Tree to just crush that just as a favor? The last fuck
we would
you of my life. It would delight
We would
me.
like- We would
Mother is
like
not
Flint
easily
to not
roused,
walk out.
apparently.
That's
We're
fair.
quite some ways away from it, but should you not return, I will pass along your message. Cannot promise the results.
That's fair. Trees are long-lived and strong enough to crush stone, but they take a while to move to do it.
We'd like Flint to not walk out of here.
Yeah, from what I heard, he's kind of a dick.
He threw us in a cage. And by us, we mean us and Amako.
Yeah, happened to me too. Separate incidents, though.
Yes. We were going to be a slave or something.
Slavery persists then. Wonderful.
It does. Not by as many as I'm sure it used to, but it still exists.
Well, we are approaching our destination.
Ellie pulls out her shield and her
So,
gift cup.
So, getting you a map?
No, not yet.
Okay.
I was like, well, that's all well and good. I've been wanting to punch something.
Well, I hope the punching will work.
We agree, Cal. Our muscles have been tense since we saw Flint.
As Pauldron turns a corner, just kind of scans the horizon for a moment ahead. you see a half-sunken building that is, you can think, looking past it out into the parts that go into the water, kind of sloping downward. It's pretty big. It looks like the entire exterior of it. Kyra, it almost has the same comparable size scale as the airship foundries back home,
Oof.
Ooh, that's
but only a little bit of it is sticking up.
Oof. Wait, the little bit is the size, or is like it looked like if the whole thing was visible, it would be about that size?
Whole adage about how you only see the tiniest bit of the actual
Oh,
iceberg.
goddamn. That's massive.
Which is impressive considering how tiny gnomes are.
Well, they had to accommodate much larger creatures in that structure. This is where they would welcome visitors. Back when times were simpler. Before the elves came and were dishonest with their intentions. I hope your journey into the interior is enlightening. He looks over at you, Kyra. You should get plenty of answers about the times before.
I don't suppose there'll be anything to tell us why the old elves were such monsters.
I think we already know that they're fleeing something else.
Doesn't
That is
excuse what
something
they
for
did.
Spring to tell you.
And desperation makes people do horrible things.
They're running.
This is where
Should
I
we-
leave you. I will remain under the exterior gate for your return. If enough time
we-
passes that I find sufficient, I will go and tell Spring you're dead.
Yeah, we think we can't live like more than a week without water, so
I will bear that in mind. I don't know what a week is, but I'll try my best to approximate it.
fair point. It's so. I don't think you have any idea what the passage of a day is.
Is there high tide and low tide down here?
Just tide. If you're asking how we measure the passage of time, well, just kind of looks up for a moment. Any moment now. The entire world around you just rumbles for a moment.
Whoa!
Oh
It's
yeah,
just
the
this-
clock tower.
Ah,
It's just two quick beats that take several seconds to conclude and kind of echo in your ears for a moment. That's how.
well,
Yeah, they'll do it.
24 of those is one day. 7 days is a week. Does that make sense?
It's
You'll
a lot
know.
of math.
Come back into me when we'll corroborate on a more accurate system, but you telling me that you don't communicate the passage of time via the heartbeat?
The heartbeat?
The heartbeat doesn't exist everywhere above.
Can only hear it below.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought that
Well-
was the bell tower.
So that's
That-
Ragmith's heartbeat.
Yes.
Huh. Thank you! She yells up into the air.
He will not
I'm
respond.
sleeping.
Say, he will not respond. He never does.
We know. Well, we know a cleric of Ragmith. They're the one who saved us from Tetu's curse.
That
so
would be about
we-
the only thing capable of doing it.
We give our thanks when we can, even if Ragmith can't hear us.
Well, he probably can. He's just lazy.
Lazy, old. Take
Doesn't
your
matter.
pick.
Just imagining Ragmus in pajamas with one of those little nightcaps.
Oh.
All right.
Thank you, Pauldron. Should we go in prepared for a fight, or?
This creature is as fearsome as it sounds. I would say be very prepared for battle.
All right.
Okay, so
Kel.
let's approach sneakily then.
Oh boy. We can try.
Boy.
Kel,
Should I use
We-
Pass Without a
it's-
Trace or should I
oh,
save
wait.
it?
Do you?
did
I'm
Kel
asking the party.
did you use aid when we woke up from our long rest? I don't
Yeah, I
remember.
did.
Okay. I mean, I don't have it because I'm the lead. I'm
You
the
have
lead.
enough.
Yeah, I have enough. Okay, I just needed to make sure. All right.
Pass
Uh,
without trace wouldn't hurt.
Yeah. It can't hurt. And no
Alright.
offense, but Kel is extremely not stealthy.
All right.
Why would I take offense when it's a fact?
I just
Alright.
I don't.
23.
Yep.
Yeah.
23. Okay. You can all roll stealth if you choose and add 10 to your result.
Stealth. 30.
That'll be 24.
24. Okay. Noted.
Come on,
Alright.
Cal.
Thank you, Cloak.
And Mako.
Pulling it up.
Wow. Okay. That's. Okay. With Mako, that is a 31.
She nat 20.
Damn.
She got a 19, actually.
Oh.
Come on, Cal.
Yep, loading.
So
Oh, not
23, same
one.
as Kyra.
No, he has heavy armor.
the disadvantage does not go away, unfortunately.
But still, that's an 11 with the. Oh, it's an out
It's an
one, but-
11 with the thing, yes. It's noted.
Yeah.
All right.
The rest of us got all above 20, so that's helpful.
Kyra, you hold out the dagger for a moment, just kind of feeling a strange sort of consciousness from it, an intelligence of sorts, and something with you sort of forge a connection, and all of your steps just for a moment, the shadows you cast shrink, and your steps make no sound.
Well, of course it
You're
wouldn't
moving.
like me. I'm a fucking minotaur.
Sorry, not you, it says.
Not even.
All right. You.
I mean, I think I would hate Amako even more, and she got the opposite.
I don't know.
Because I'm
Scalati. It's
It's because I'm pretty.
It's like no pets. It's like that meme. No pets allowed. And how about post a picture of the cat? I'll make except for him. He looks very handsome.
Looks
Basically.
like a very polite dog.
So very polite.
You enter in.
Very polite.
Well, your armor still clinks and clangs a little bit more, but it is muffled.
The tides help.
Yep.
Joy.
To enter in, this place is opulent, to say the least. It is murky. There's some corrosion on the metal from the saltwater exposure on the outside, but you're entering down onto this ramp, and you see the interior of this place is not flooded. It just goes down under the water.
Huh.
Wait, so it does. There's no water inside the building.
There's no water inside the building that you can see or
Oh.
hear.
Oh.
That's weird.
It's magic.
Just a long hallway, just extending down deeper and deeper into the darkness. You can see carved filigree all across, little bas reliefs, little gnome heads, statues, things like that. It feels- Kind of oddly welcoming in tone compared to the atmosphere of the darkness and benthic terror kind of extending all around it on the outside. It's kind of a weird contrast.
Can I perception?
You can. You cannot perception very far. If you try to look out into the darkness.
Natural
Okay.
20.
All right. Noted. As far as your vision can go before it gets too dark to see.
Yeah. Natural 20 though.
Yeah, impressive. I will say that.
It's just like Roll20 listens to you sometimes, Grim.
Yeah.
Yeah. You look down.
Can I flavor something to BB to help explain that nat 20?
I'll allow you to propose it. Sure.
I have 7 dark vision potions I've held on to.
Oh.
True.
So
If you want to give that out and distribute it, sure. But
Tyler-
I'm going to say that would actually... I will say that at first... what the heck, I'll allow it. You just allow hand over the
I'll-
potion for a moment and take a swig to peer down deeper. You do not
Right.
see any water down. You can barely see the edge of the walkway. It looks like it goes down a good 100 or so feet.
Damn.
Appears to be another chamber beyond it.
There's a chamber down there.
It appears that the kind of slightly glassy ceiling overhead as you would step down into the water may continue there, but it also may not. It's giving everything a strange bluish tint.
So to make sure that potion was used up, right?
Yep, one dark vision potion expired.
All right. That lasts an hour, Ellie.
The fighter being able to see is useful.
Yep. You also have your light sources, however you choose to go down, but you are going in stealthy. Most of you. Sorry, Kel.
Wait. So even with my nat 20, I didn't really see too much.
There's also the comfort of knowing that you didn't see anything dangerous.
That's true. That's true. We don't see anything dangerous down below.
So
at
what
least
do
not
the
yet.
walls depict?
Most of it, you see, it's very faded out, kind of in a silvery metal, somehow carved into what appears to be glass,
Ooh.
seamlessly and without any real sign of stress fractures at all. Kind of tapping on it with anything as you pass, it feels just as sturdy and fresh and pristine as it was the day it was likely blown.
Ah.
You see
Magic,
depictions of
perhaps?
gnomes. You see depictions of airships, very different looking than the ones that you have. You see maps of Groran itself that don't look that different, except you've seen the Yangu Islands. It's just one continent.
Oh.
And Onan appears to the north much more whole as well.
Ooh. Ellie with the dark vision potion, her eyes are just darting to everything, taking in as much as she can.
Yep, as you walk further down, assuming you do so,
Yeah.
after a moment you do get to the point where you are officially, quote-unquote, underwater, looking up and around.
We're below sea level, so to say.
Yep.
Yeah.
You just see a steep sign out the window, and you just do the little Lexus and Gorilla Garage.
It just swims by the glass overhead, both of its middle fingers up, just drifting slowly, making eye contact the whole time.
I lift mine. I know that doesn't happen, but I lift both of mine too.
Ellie
If
just
that hypothetical encounter were to happen, you would have exchanged.
Ellie just the fist in the palm motion.
That was a cultural
All right.
exchange of ideas right there.
All right. Venturing down. As you step down,
Oh.
you just hear these little chimes, and these little crystals along the sides of the walls start to light up,
Oh.
descending down further and further.
We don't like that. It gives away that we're here.
Not like I wasn't going to give us away anyways.
I mean,
Yeah, but
due to dungeon, is that technically a trap, Vivi? So would I have spot that with Dungeon Delver?
Technically, it's not a trap.
It's just a feature.
anyway, it's just like a light for visitors, but like
Get the feeling
know.
it's just what this place was designed to do.
Yeah. It's
Anyway,
the motion
I'm gonna-
sensor light.
Yeah, I'm gonna use my investigation check on my feet here to make sure we're not running into any traps or anything like that.
Okay.
So, to roll an investigation.
Go for it.
29.
Nice. Almost the highest roll you can get. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, looking around, just looking at these, you take a closer look at one of them, then look down at your feet, and you notice that they are definitely... You actually see it is... Some of it is kind of trapped underneath a layer of what appears to just be glass, but you see Skystone underneath it. Way more finely carved than anything you've seen Madria do at this point. It appears to have be kind of sort of a pressure pad that since you were there. And it caused all of these stone lights to light up, descending further and further down, and you can see a very bright light emerging that you cannot quite make the origin out of in the chamber beyond.
I had the feeling that this was just used to welcome people, but now it's...
Avoid the if we're trying to be sneaky, avoid the pressure pads.
You can see those are very clearly just a pair of parallel, kind of almost gives off the vibe of a red carpet that's surrounded by a gold filigree, except it's ingrained into the glasswork itself.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can avoid them,
There's
Kyra.
plenty of space on both sides
Oh.
for it,
Okay, then.
where you could theoretically walk around it. But as you approach down closer to the bottom, you do see there is the entire floor appears to be composed of that substance in the next room. You reach
Great.
the threshold. But you can see looking in, there is a rotating golden glow that appears to be a somewhat deteriorated map of Groran.
Oh. Is there anything else in the room besides that?
Not that you can see.
Alright, hesitantly go inside.
A light
Kyra-
flashes for a moment, and
Ah!
your outline, an outline of you that you can see through in that same golden color appears next to you as you take a step past it, almost like an after image.
Oh. Okay, we'll go in first because it's already seen us. You guys just keep an eye on us to make sure nothing sneaks up on us. And we'll let you know if it's safe. Okay?
Going ahead. This chamber's pretty big. It looks like Pelagarn could comfortably fit in here.
Oof.
Like, he'd probably find this roomy.
Oof.
What about his mom?
Damn.
Actually, yeah, his mom could fit in here
Oh
too
my
pretty
God.
easily.
Makes sense if it was a greeting place.
Thinks out Pelagard frowns.
All right. Just for size reference, the spinning globe around with every step you take, you notice it's like a touch screen almost on your feet. This little pulse echoes out from every step you go out of light that rings out and kind of ripples in every direction before fading into the walls.
Oh, sweet. She looks back at the others like, huh? She
Who
walks.
wants to take a bet of what we're going to find?
Whatever it is, it's gonna be freaking weird. Irana takes a cautious step into the room.
Claim her
still
down
betting
off
on-
killed.
I'm still betting on giant rust monster. Because that's just my luck.
You,
God.
Urana, clamber down off of Kel and take a cautious step in. The same thing happens with you. As your second step in, an after image of your first step appears and just hangs in place as you walk in. Ellie's is still there too.
Oh, Ellie thinks something. She pops in Leia.
Nothing happens with that. There's no discernible effect of her presence.
Okay.
And there's
Good to
Leia.
know.
She's dead.
Oh,
Literally.
yeah. Leia, she keeps Leia around. They walk up to the globe together.
Mm-hmm.
Ponder the globe.
Is there like anything like a base underneath the globe, or is it just floating there?
There is one small crystal kind of protruding up out of the exact center of the room up to a point. It is carved.
All right.
Appears to be
She
also of Skystone.
thinks about everyone saying, "Don't inhale." So she holds her breath, but she goes up to it and like squats down to get a better look at it.
Okay. Would you like to roll an investigation on that?
I would. I'm not good at this, but it can't hurt.
Seven. Okay. It's Skystone. It's really nicely carved, and it appears to be shooting light out of it. Nothing at all about how it's doing any of that or where it's all coming from makes sense to you.
Can
It's
Carol
getting kind of hard to look at the longer you look at it. It's very bright.
Carol an investigation to see if you find any evidence of like things that have been moving through here or anything like traps or
You gotta
Well, how
step
to-
into the room to do it.
Can I make use of my climb speed to clamber along the wall so I don't step on the floor?
You may attempt to.
Mm,
Ellie gently
This
tap
is like
tap.
extremely smooth glass. I'm saying that unless you have spider climb active, you're probably not going to get any traction on this.
Ellie
Even
gently
if you
taps the
used the
stone.
gilded carvings and the like along the sides, it wouldn't be enough to get you up very high, and they're pretty far apart.
Yeah,
It's a
that's
good
bit
idea,
low.
but realistically would not be of much service to you.
Gentle tap on the Skystone.
It lets out a very pleasant ringing sound.
Oh.
So is everyone else's footprint still visible as they walk?
I
Yeah,
think
the
he'll
the
start
ripple
with
goes
you.
out. Yeah, the ripple goes out with each step, but it does eventually fade out until the next step comes down. If you stand still, it stops.
So I can't just walk where everyone else has walked then.
Nope. Unless you can try to do it by memory.
Kyra's gonna take a kneel down, like on the cusp of the before entering and see how it worked. Come on,
Right.
27.
27, okay. This is definitely... It's a very good roll. How well read would you say Kyra is in the realm of, like, speculative knowledge about gnomish technology?
Well, given that she's I'd say recently pretty well read.
Well, there's not a ton of knowledge of ancient gnomes, but whatever there is, you've likely found some. You get the vibe this is the chamber that people exited out of, but you're going back into it backwards, and it seems to be able to accommodate that. If this was a place of welcoming, based on the fact of how everyone's movements and all alike seem to be kind of being charted, it might be just trying to understand, and how planar visitors were here from it. It may be just simply magically trying to discern what you are.
I think it's trying to discern what we are in case we're a planar visitor.
Well,
That we're
we're
on a
in
list?
here. We're in here, and it doesn't seem to be reacting negatively to us, and we're of Fey origin.
Irana is
Alright.
eyeing that globe.
Kyra takes a tentative steps. Anything happens?
The same after image of you appears, though it's right where you're standing if you're only taking one step. It's kind of every little micro movement and muscle movement you make, it's like a little golden light peeks out from where your body is.
Ugh. So much for coming way.
And creator relic detected. It speaks out in perfect common.
Oh, fuck. I mean, it's not bad, though.
Is that? Oh, is that my knife?
Yep.
Kyra holds out the brain blade.
It is glowing pretty bright right now. Appears to be, and you see just this blinking pattern of lights appearing along the edge of the blade itself. And you see Ellie looking down at the crystal, kind of a matching set of patterns. It appears that the blade and this room are communicating with one another.
They're talking.
Better say good shit about me, knife.
Hey, let's not insult Scholarclaw.
I'm not. Just saying it should say good things about me.
I still told you that wasn't a good name.
I mean, I don't know. We think Scholarclaw is pretty cool.
I've died like 3 times. It could at least be nice to me.
It's a nerd name, though.
But Kyra's a nerd!
Yeah, and I'm working on it.
You're gonna be working on that for
You're
You're gonna be working on that for the rest of your life.
You
Oh
can't change
God,
who
I am,
she
aren't I?
is, Mako.
See, I'm very patient.
At least you can't die when you're trying it.
We hope you enjoyed this interactive history of Groran, and we hope that you enjoy your visit. Come back anytime.
What?
And the globe simply fades away.
Oh no!
Apparently, it transmitted apparently my knife went on a tour, a virtual tour.
Did
Well,
it like
it sounded like the tour was over.
so? Did it download something into the knife? Maybe.
How would Ellie know the word download is?
Okay, fair enough. Did it tell the knife something?
I'm not sure.
Hmm.
Is it still glowing?
No, it's actually quieted down.
Take another step. Is it still doing the foot thing?
So it is not doing the blinking anymore. It appears whatever message needed to be sent was sent.
No.
Hmm.
What is
Well,
everything
they-
gotta be so fucking
well-
weird?
Well, if this thing sings, hopefully it's fond of us.
It's gnomish, but we made it this far because of that thing.
If it wasn't, I imagine it would have just, let us not
Oh shit!
get in
Fuck.
on the in the first place.
So I take a step. Is the foot that
Is the-
mechanism still going?
Oh, the afterglows actually have faded away now that that's done. There's the
Oh.
crystal lights along the wall are still there, but that's the only light source now.
So Ellie takes a step and nothing happens.
Yep.
Oh,
Well, I hope they got my good side.
did
Oh,
you walk
God.
in the room, Cal?
Oh god, you know what it is? One of those fucking theme park ride at the end where they take your picture.
Pretty much, actually.
Should have struck a
Did
pose.
Cal walk in though?
I'm sorry. I thought we had all entered the room.
You never specified if you had, so I was
Yeah. I'm just
waiting
wondering.
to see. It's fine if you didn't, honestly. It's not a huge deal.
Yeah.
It's like we're trying to be stealthy. Clonk, 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 clonk.
Now, if this was the end of the tour, I guess we're gonna have to go in backwards.
God, that's gonna be weird.
I hope we're not gonna mess anything up by going in this way.
What other way to go in is there?
It's like it's a one-way trip, and Imako says, just looking up at the fact that the room you are in is technically underwater. I don't think we're gonna get much more messed up than this. Unless you think you can
Yeah.
break that glass.
I don't want to try.
Let's not. Let's,
Let's not
I'd
test
rather not
that.
jinx
Yeah.
it. I'd rather not jinx
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
So let's keep the pace we've been going and hope we can find whatever.
Hopefully we
has
find
anyone
whatever's in
figured-
here.
Decided how to
Hmm?
remove a planar gate?
We,
Keep hitting it
we
until
were.
it stops working.
That was one idea, but we
Because
also thought
that-
maybe the
because-
scholar claw could turn it off. Maybe.
That's an idea. That's an idea.
It'd get us in here.
If push comes to shove, well, we can dump everything in one bag into the door and Hail
And-
Mary our two bags of holding into it.
What happens if you do that?
Boom!
That entire everything within 5 feet of a bag of holding going into another bag of holding. Well, I don't know where it goes. Just Nicole told me never to do that.
That's a
it's like
magical
one of the-
no-no.
It's
How
one
would
of the
we do
it's the
that
reason
without
why
get-
they don't sell these things. You have to know someone who knows how to make them. It's like, please
And-
use responsibly. Can wipe out reality as you know it if not.
Oh,
I
well.
question why they make them, all frankness.
I mean, being able to carry things is extremely helpful, Mako.
The cost of wiping out reality for convenience. My, how privileged you all sound.
Says the one who pops around.
I
by
know where I'm going
through
and I come
reality.
back. Well, I'm born knowing how to do that, she says, teleporting and appearing behind you.
Eh.
I go
Well-
somewhere very nice. It smells like lilac.
It does.
What? How do you?
I took her through there last time when we were fighting the plant, remember?
Also,
Oh,
I
that's
Kel's
kind
in
right.
there too.
I kind of learned
We've
how to
never
do that.
gone.
Remember? You
Yep,
did it
you
once,
can
and
do
I learned how to do that.
It's a lovely place, isn't it?
I've never been a place that smelled so pink.
Yeah,
Smells
right.
pink.
Right.
It is a very. I thought it smelled more purple.
Either way, Nicole. Either way, she's one of her mad science schemes trying to make a bomb via that.
What the fuck?
We were young, and she. It was basically the equivalent of kids trying to make a pipe bomb.
What's a pipe bomb?
That was out of character.
Okay, I know. Oh.
It's a pipe that you turn into a bomb.
It run
That
out.
was basically Nicole when she was younger tried to make a bag of holding a pipe bomb.
That
Irana
sounds.
looks down at Amako and goes, "Yeah, you're right."
Rope, lamp oil, bombs.
So, if we need to do that, how are we doing that without being close enough to be hurt?
Throw it, you run. I theoretically could also do it, but
I
I
was like,
don't know if I would be able to come back.
Yeah,
was like-
probably- yeah.
I can
need to
teleport between realms, but I always go to the same one and then come back, and it's only a few seconds. It might work where I could just come right back, but it
well,
also might not.
As long as you're registered with my familiar, I could probably just resummon you.
I hope so.
Leia might be able to do something, but we're not sure we want to risk Leia not being able to come back.
I was holding that off in case as a quick way to destroy the airship above. We didn't have anything.
Oh God. We also have,
That is true.
I've been because that airship above is our biggest issue.
That is true. That thing was decently sized. Looked fancy, too. Probably has weapons on it.
Maybe
But
we
it's
can
fun
find
if you put
something
it-
in here.
But if you use one of, but if you did that, it's technically all, the entire flame would be dragged into God knows where. So
I don't think the gods know where.
Well, we have. She pulls out the adamantine sword. This to try and maybe damage the portal.
either
That might help.
either way, that's a
Last ditch effort.
yes.
Yeah.
Definitely the desperation, nothing else is going to work thing. But that's actually a really good idea, Mako says,
Yeah.
pointing her tail over at you. Damages structures, and if it was just like Schmosset said that was designed to damage structures.
Exactly.
With the only frame of context he had being structures built by gnomes.
So this, if we need to damage something, this should be good to break something down here.
Don't test it on the glass, please.
No,
Yes.
Amako.
Sorry, I
would we
had
do
to say
that?
that because that just entered into my head.
It didn't enter into ours.
Good, good. Sorry, it's just abyssal
Correct.
stuff scares me.
We're all
Yes,
stressed.
I wonder why.
It's alright.
She
We're all
holds up
stressed.
her hand.
Yeah, won't lie. This is, as she looks up again, just like increasingly makes this whole space feel smaller.
We hate
Well,
the
then stop
water.
looking
We
at it.
hate being underwater. We can't stand it, but we're here anyway.
So let's go on further and get this over with.
Yeah.
Hope we're not fighting something abyssal there towards the end.
At least. Fuck. We hope
No,
not.
we're fighting the beholder.
Well, it's been a nice campaign. How are we going against stealthily in the next room?
I don't know if we
Series
can.
is still going.
Yep. That lasts an hour.
Yeah, so does my dark vision.
Should we try?
So roll stealth again.
If you wish to.
Yeah, I think we should try.
24. No, 34.
Yeah. Oh my
35.
god. Stealth. Yeah.
18, okay. Still good.
Oh, damn.
Still good.
Alright.
Technically 19.
Oh, yeah, that's right, your cloak.
No, I have disadvantage because my armor, and then
Oh, yeah, it
advantage
becomes a
because my
straight
cloak, so it evens out, yeah.
Alright, Cal. Can't do worse than that one.
Everybody turns to look at Cal.
Oh.
Ramako too while we're here. Oh wow, she nat 20'd.
Oh my god.
So-
All right. 19.
19.
That's better than me. That's better than me, actually.
Yep. Alright. This time, Ellie, it's your armor that's making the slightly clinky sounds.
Ah, for Ragman's
Just
sake.
slightly. It's enough where you notice it in this quiet place.
For Ragman's sake.
Alright. As you enter in,
Do
Further
the
down the
flashy thing
hallway.
again.
so it's doing that as you walk down, yes. The whole
God
way
damn it.
through.
We don't like this. Does it do it to Leia when she walks through?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
You arrive down this another kind of slightly winding hallway. It's not a super long walk before you come into another chamber. Kind of similar to the last one. As you enter in, this one is much dimmer, and you actually see there is no open exposed glass to the
thank
ceiling. It's
God.
actually kind of a bluish stone. A little too dark to be Skystone. Kind of lapis lazuli almost in the way it's shaded.
Oof. Not gonna lie, it's nice not seeing the water above us.
Still there, but yeah.
Can't see it, so
Yeah.
sometimes that's all it
That's-
takes.
As you enter in, the walls, it's almost kind of has the vibe of like a zoetrope, like the bizarre old motion picture optical illusions, where it's like a spinning light moves around and you can see just images of motion.
Whoa.
You see on the walls these animated depictions of gnomes walking around. You see one walking forward. It's actually kind of playing out almost like an IMAX movie in the old dome theaters you'd go into, except it's silent. See a gnome walking, a whole bunch of them walking around. You see one of them reach out a hand, and a massive, it's like that shot from Godzilla vs. Kong. A massive finger comes into view, and the camera slowly pans out, and you see what I can really just only describe as, it is a humanoid the size of a mountain almost, in terms of scale. The entire head is wreathed and cloaked in storm clouds.
Ooh.
You just see their
I think that's Runda.
We think so.
You see another gnome walking forward, and this one is bowing in the presence of what appears to be a council of 7 different dragons, massive and ancient,
Oh.
and they all bow their own heads in kind.
Oh. 7 ancient dragons who were allies of the gnomes.
How many dragon kinds are there again?
10.
10.
10 in standard books, although technically there's a larger diversity than the standard 10 array Madria recognizes.
And there, do you recognize any of these species?
Would I, BB, since this is what I'm specializing to?
You recognize the 5 metallic varieties that you've seen in books. You see gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper. One of them looks an awful lot like that rust dragon that you saw out in the wilderness. And another one has a head crest you do not recognize.
I recognize 6 of these, the 5 metallics as well as the rust dragon But this one's head crest I don't recognize.
Its head is kind of broad, sticks out in a pair of horns that kind of poke forward, almost it's hard to describe in specific words. I'm trying to think of an animal equivalent for it. It's cattle-like in many ways, bigger.
Oh,
What color is it?
You're not really seeing colors.
It's
It's all in
all
that
not really
same cold
color?
light.
Okay, so we only get this
So
The
is
outlines.
it like Latreon horns or?
I'll look and see if I can find an equivalent for it, but it's distinctive to say the least from the others. It doesn't look like any kind of dragon you've seen up to this point.
You would have recognized it if
Yep.
if it was one of the ones we know.
And there's definitely
Well-
none of the Ongu Imperial style, unless
Doesn't look like one of those, no.
definitely not one of the Ongu Imperial dragons, that their own distinct entity.
That's really, really weird. So I don't. So I guess this is depicting some kind of image of the races in harmony, because these are the three factions that fought against the Fey forces, isn't it?
The giants, the gnomes, and the dragons.
Jeez.
this is very old place.
Ancient.
Kara's gonna just do a sketch of the silhouette of the one dragon.
All right, noted.
So she has-
Easy enough to do, and it is well lit enough in here to where you could do that without any issue.
Everyone's going, and this place is ancient, very old. Old as shit.
Very, very old shit.
Well, I just hope it doesn't come from the Monster Hunter bestiary.
No, would Vivi throw a fucking black dragon at us?
Yes.
No. Yeah.
I do have a Nergigante stat block.
Oh my god.
It is a
And
dragon,
that's
and
it.
it is black, and it has steer horns.
And in that
Confirmed.
same book, we have Elatrion and Fatalis,
Oh,
and Dire Moralis, and
uh,
Xeno'jiiva, and Safajiva.
It is
And
within
get
my
off the gray,
power, is
Get
all.
off the white.
It is within my power to present those, yes.
Yeah, I think there is the white and crimson too. Yes,
There is. All right.
I have that book. I know.
You see the image loop a couple of times, take in details.
There's nothing besides those two big things.
Yeah, there's that depiction, and you just see one final shot of all three races. It's a bit more stylistic of all of them extending outward their hands, and you actually see kind of almost a chibi-fied version of the same dragons and giants, but also a few others standing beside all of them in a line. You see giants of different sizes and different complexions. You see some that had... You actually see one that resembles Uthermarn, how you saw them during the festival. The same kind of silhouette.
I hope he's okay.
I'm sure he is.
Yeah. Us too.
Because, I mean, I've gone most of my life without someone talking in my head. But, you know,
Now that it's gone, it's weird.
a little bit, yeah.
Got used to it. I'm
If the stones could speak, the stories they would tell.
One of the types of giant does look pretty familiar to you, Rana, I will say that.
yeah, she was subtly scanning to see.
It's on the smaller end of them, but you do see them.
Do I notice you, Arana?
If you want an insight, you can. I mean,
I do.
you've seen one of
Ellie-
them before.
I mean, I've seen.
Didn't show
A
his
guy.
face.
Didn't
but
show his face, yeah.
22.
I'm sure he
You
was
see.
a fine fellow.
I will try to deception that one. I'm not good at deception,
Yeah.
but
Wow, so close.
Oh, haha. Ellie, Ellie was there when the changelings and that nice fellow showed up. So, like, she's got a little more inkling of some of the weird shit that comes
I
from
will
where Rana
say
is.
that Ellie does catch Irana's gaze lingering on that one figure of that type of giant, and you notice very quickly and move your eyes away. You don't want to do anything that potentially triggers the conditions of your arrival here.
mhm.
Yeah.
But you can put two and two together that
Ooh.
you do remember that guy in green was pretty damn tall.
Yeah, but like,
The brief glance
I
that you
can't-
get before she looks away is like a look of longing in a way.
Oh, homesickness.
oh, Ellie doesn't say anything, but she goes over and picks up Arana herself.
Okay, why am I in the air?
Like, whoops, this actually surprises you a little bit.
And just like carries you along.
Okay, where? Why?
So, is there any more, any other identifiable figures in Chibi-fied?
You recognize the dragon types. You figure Runda out. You've seen depictions of him before. He is one of the only known gods that walks the earth still.
So, Storm
And it's
is
kind of hard to miss him because he can take up a significant chunk of the horizon sometimes.
So, if he's the king of storm giants, then fire giants and
You see other kinds, but you only know of them from legends. You know of the cloud giants, who were similar to Runda, but of a slightly more diminutive stature and kind of more clear skin. You do see that. You see giants with skin that are a little bit more broad. They kind of go down in stair steps. You see,
Like a mountain.
yeah. You see next to, like, yep, that is true. All right, so you see after Runda in descending order what appears to be the figure of a woman with
Oh.
kind of a long braid of hair running down and what appears to be wearing a mask. That does not really show much of the face or any details of any kind. The next one, hold on, I have to make sure I've got my giant sizes correct in descending order. I believe after that is stone giants. Oh. Monster manual, do not fail me.
Yeah, ever since I kind of saw, it's like I realized it's like, hey, wait a minute, it's kind of like a mountain. You got the hills, you got rocks, frost, fire, clouds.
Yeah, you kind of do. All right.
Ellie doesn't say anything, but she's putting things together. But she also knows that might be bad if Arata has to address that. So she's not like bringing it up, but she wants to like. She sees the logging and she's like, well, Arata likes to be picked up by Kel, so
I could do it too.
I can do
yeah.
it.
I'm actually physically stronger than Kel, so I can do it better.
Wow.
You're not
Like that
taller
Meg-
though.
It's a terminal
No, I'm not,
montage Mega Man X line. I'm a big girl. I can help. All right, so it's actually not the stone. I forgot that the frost giants are technically bigger. After the woman in the mask, you see a just absolute brick shit house of a woman standing next to her as well. This one wearing armor, very well armed, very stone hard, cold face. It looks like it was caricaturized a little bit to make her appear very serious. Like that's probably the only pose they could get out of her for this. The next up, you see a pair about the same size that appear to be. They have very similar faces. You see Uthermarn and what appears to be a much more of a beanpole looking figure with almost identical facial features next to him.
Huh.
Below that, you see a very shapely, very full-figured, kind of old-school fertility goddess sort of depiction. Very warm-looking smile,
Mm.
wearing woven into clothing. And then below that, you see what you recognize, Arana.
Hmm.
Yeah. And this is all like displayed on the wall.
Yeah, it loops every few
Okay.
seconds.
So is this like? Oh, this is where they met visitors. So this must be some kind of homage to the friends they have in this plane.
Showing that everyone's friendly with each other. They're all working together in cooperation.
So that the visitors don't have to worry about getting along.
Well, I mean, you're inviting someone into your home. That's a gesture of trust on both sides.
Yeah. I suppose it is.
So after watching it a few more times and gleaning no other changes, no sounds, no glitches of any kind, you move forward.
Yeah.
He's gonna stand and linger a little bit at the image of Uthermarn. Does he look a little different than what is typically depicted as?
Looks younger, a little less dad body.
And what about the one standing next to him?
Kind of looks like if this were an ad for you to join a gym and like take weightlifting courses, the other guy would look like the before, Uthermarn would look like the after. Besides the long mane of hair, this guy is completely bald and has no facial hair. Their faces are so dead similar. You don't even have to roll to figure out that they look related.
Wait,
Oh.
is Rasa also one of the brothers of
Quite the
Runda?
family.
Nope, not in this instance. That's in the old version.
Ah,
What? Carefully looking at the ones that I noticed Arana eyeing. What do I notice about them in this depiction?
They have pointed ears, very,
Okay.
very wide noses compared to the others. Kind of almost looks like from the front that you're looking at a cow nose transplanted onto a person's face.
Lovely.
You have a cow.
Yeah.
They're a little
Alright.
shorter than the others, but their
Oh.
head figure is also male in appearance, has a very short, well-kept beard.
Okay.
All right, so
Move. I think we're good to move. I'm good to move on.
all right, so
Sarah just takes all the notes of what you can see and
yep. All right. Stepping in, you behold another fairly large room. This one, the image pops up pretty quickly in this instance, and this time sound appears with it.
Ooh.
All right, let me get my notes out here. Okay, this one, you see an image of... You recognize it from etchings, Kyra. You actually see the city of Epton.
that's Upton.
Huh.
I was there once. It's nice.
Lucky.
You just see it kind of spinning around, and then you see 4 figures depicted in front of it.
Ooh.
I think are they the 4 Genasi?
Yes.
I think those are the 4 types of Genasi.
And behind them, you see much larger, more powerful, more elemental-looking figures, one behind each.
And I think that's what they're descended from. Ifiti, Dao. If,
And
Ifrit.
as you're saying this, the little video call thing the recording starts playing as well. Saying, and lastly among our glorious alliance are the Genasi, who did not agree to pose for the photos ahead.
What?
Oh, damn.
What?
They, hailing from the elemental planes of fire, earth, air, and water, their mastery over magic of all manner and arcane knowledge that they brought to Groran allowed for great advancements across all races, and which they gave in open cooperation. Truly, we owe them much, and we hope that they and their glorious city of Epton will be welcoming and show you all the wonders Groran has to offer. For more information, see appropriate guides ahead.
Oh god.
Uh,
Oh god, this is it's like a Planet Visitor Center.
I think
It
that's exactly
is.
what it is, yeah.
Okay.
Again.
So, Common is a recently made language, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 50, 60, 100 years old, I think, somewhere in that window.
I think
How is it being used here?
that's what it downloaded from this.
Same way
Maybe-
Pauldron did, that's right.
Oh, that's right.
Spring appeared to know it as well in that moment.
Useful.
Yeah. Which we could just download a language into our brain.
Laughing Kyra mechanic.
It's like, that sure is handy. It's a good thing I share that head.
Aw. How worried? How worried does Kel look?
He's more concerned about the thing that may or may not kill everyone.
Right
Fair.
now, anyway.
Meanwhile, Kyra's like, how can I do that?
I really don't know. We should ask someone who's got a bit more magical know-how if we ever get the chance.
Yeah. Is Ellie peers like deeper towards the next room.
Yep, there is not that much of a walk into the next room. The hallways kind of wind a little bit.
Is it lit up in there or?
It is already lit up ahead.
All right, so yeah, just gonna go into it.
All right. You do so. And as you enter this time, you behold the architecture in the room kind of changes in here. All of a sudden, it's stuff that appears to be made much more visibly of obsidian almost. It looks like melted glass, but much more elemental in appearance. Much more harsh, kind of crystalline in some aspects.
Oh,
Kind of the walls have these jagged fixtures sticking out of them. And you see the crystals along the walls begin to light up, and there's a deafeningly loud roar for a moment as you see the mighty wings spread of the silhouette of a massive gold dragon.
oh,
It roars and begins circling around, and you hear, and at their own self-described insistence, the mightiest of our alliance.
ah, of course.
Are the noble dragons. It's like winged reptilian creatures that, while they may look bestial in appearance, I assure you are just as intelligent as any other thinking creature, if not more so at their own insistence to put down.
Real humble.
Real passive aggressive.
Well, this probably was originally written in Gnomish. We're probably getting a pretty direct translation. What I know of Gnomish, it's a pretty coded tongue. Pretty easy to hide insults in there.
Well, we're glad there's no dragons with us.
Maybe dragons back then had a little bit thicker skin.
Maybe.
With their
They
mighty
were, they'd be
element.
harder to kill.
Well, I mean, have you seen a dead one recently? With their mighty command of the elements, and through their breath itself, their wings capable of toppling trees, and their royal majesty and vast riches and wealth, they are truly the backbone, as they insisted I put down, of this alliance.
I insisted I put down.
Whoever wrote this is somebody I think I would have gotten along with.
Agreed.
Even after 2,000 years, people are still people.
Ellie does like eye
Nothing's
the
changed,
big old.
nothing's the same.
Ellie does eye the big dragon thoughtfully.
You see other dragons beginning to fly around the periphery of the walls, kind of more of the images than the actual projections.
Is
Do I
one of them the weird horned dragon I saw in Silhouette?
Yeah, actually, it is.
Ooh.
I see more
Is there-
details of it.
It appears to have 4 sets of wings.
Ooh.
Hmm.
Well, 2 sets of wings, 4 wings altogether. Has a very long body that kind of forks at the edge of the tip of the tail into 2, kind of spreading out into fins. Has a very sharp-looking protruding crest running along the chest itself.
Whoa. Do I see copper? Is there copper in here?
You see coppers. Pretty hard to
Okay.
mistake.
None of the chromatics are being shown, right?
Nope. I should clarify for lore purposes, chromatic dragons are kind of an unknown. There's little theories that they used to exist, but they're kind of seen as a myth now. No one's got any real proof of them.
Chromatic dragons? I don't think they exist.
Immediately gets tackled.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, get out of here, Gygax.
Dragons of chromatic color? Don't believe they exist.
Like, it would actually be the gnome Schmygax.
I thought it was Gigaximesh.
Oh my god!
Nah, that's his avatar name. That's his username.
Because he would have been the first. He would have been the first in the D&D setting. Because
This is true. All right.
only some sort of sky dragon. The Imperials of not showing any of the Imperials of Liangu either.
They kind of refer to themselves more as celestials. They don't really identify much as dragons. It's more just that people called them that because of the resemblance.
So might not even be dragons at all.
They're a bit more spiritual and zen to be the greedy basal dragons of the Northlands, according to the ones I've met. But, you know,
So they
Apparently-
have the same origins as you then.
kinda, yeah. I mean, Zanguza exploded 800 years ago, and that's a whole bunch of god magic that got dropped there from that much loss of life, and now everything's super wonky and magical and follows its own weird rules, them included.
So that would be why your residual fey magic doesn't quite trigger things as often.
Seems not. I'm kind of my own weird little thing. I'm special.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. There's another chamber just ahead.
All right.
All right.
They covered Genasi dragons, so I think next would be giants.
Sure enough, as
Yeah.
you enter in, the architecture, you see stone-carved rings of thrones kind of surrounding the interior of the chamber. And as you enter in, projections of each of those giant figures you saw appear.
So I imagine it looks sort of like a Firelink Shrine from Dark Souls 3 with the 5 thrones all around.
Except
So
they're all encircling you in the middle of a spherical room.
So I wasn't the only one
Whoa.
who immediately thought that.
Yep. You see, in varying heights, just. And here we have the noble giants, who are not native to Groran, but visitors who crossed the astral sea in great vessels. They came to explore and fell in love with the place and decided that they too would like to stay and call it home. And much like yourselves, we were happy to welcome them, and their might and command of the elements and martial skill have made valuable members of our alliance that we could not thrive without. Led by the Storm King Runda in all of his might and majesty, we know that Groran is safe. And you see a little vision appear in... you actually see a stylized kind of frozen depiction of the battle that you were told of by Uthermarn of Runda fighting against one of the Titans of old.
Ooh.
Very dynamic mid-strike posing as he's about to bring a massive mace down on top of some kind of horned monstrosity.
How many thrones are there altogether?
There are one for each of the giants depicted. Hold on.
Hold on, let me get the.
I have to go check my list again. Okay, there are 7 thrones altogether.
All right. Are they varying sizes too? I imagine.
Yeah, they're still all
Okay.
quite massive, and you know they're not clearly to scale. You heard
Yeah.
depictions that Runda was like the size of a horizon
Yeah.
at his biggest.
Hmm.
You see those figures in a bit more realistic detail. You can see a face beneath the storm cloud parting a little bit, and Runda definitely looks the part of a warrior king glancing at him. Very stern, chiseled face. The second figure, still wearing a mask, doesn't appear to remove it. You can see that the caricatured elements of them are pretty true to life, glancing at all of them.
How about the Arana one? Since this is more detailed.
Very
Anything
Looks-
more stand out, or?
has a very warm smile on the face, much more so than
Aw.
the others do.
There's
She's
another-
not drawing attention.
There's another glance if anybody's paying attention.
Ellie's carrying you, so yes.
You can
just-
feel Arana tense up a tiny bit, yeah.
Yeah.
See, I'm too busy looking at missing Forge Dad.
Aw.
Forged Head is there. Looks like you're looking at his college photos, back when he was ripped.
Oh
He's still
my
ripped
God.
now, but not in the Olympian way he's being presented here. There's some swagger in the smile you see. He
That'll
definitely has
impress
the
me.
most jovial, loud expression of the lot.
Excellent.
Mm.
Just imagine you have her under one arm like you're carrying a purse.
No, she has you like in like the crook of her arm and has you hoisted up.
Here I was about to say that you had her in a little papoose.
Sack of potatoes. Potatoes. Boil them, mash them, stick them in a stew.
Arana's tiny, so she's not hard to carry.
That's fair.
Nope.
Carry around like the football.
There's another door.
Yep, just ahead.
All right, heading towards it.
That'll
Yep.
be gnomes.
Yep.
Yeah. Ah! God damn it!
He's been making
context.
comments on the fucking. I've been looking at his comments on the other shit. It's like. It's not a trap, it's a surprise mechanic.
Oh, I've been missing Raven comments. Oh no.
That is pretty great.
Yeah.
All right.
Forge dad bod. Exactly. Forge daddy.
He looks just as good now as he did then.
Just have a few more pounds on me, Uthermard comes out of silence to say, and then goes back into silence again. So what? Everybody does. Her testosterone count drops when you get older, so the fuck what?
Sounds like he's having a bunch of midlife crisis.
Yeah.
I'm going to go buy a
Mark comes out of
convertible.
hiding. It's like, do not fat shame.
Like, I'm going to go buy a convertible.
So the
Just
fuck
imagining
what?
Mr. Martin, adopting his biker phase.
Yep.
So the fuck what?
I mean, have you seen Fire Giant armor? It's kind of got that aesthetic to it a little bit. It's sharp. Just saying, they're trying to show off a little. Okay, so.
He accidentally finds the Magni
Yep.
during his
It's like-
midlife crisis.
Oh,
Motorcycle
no, I've
riding.
reached a point in my life where I'm excited to choose between head trimmers.
It's like, oh no, I've gone too far.
I have become my own father.
Aw.
Entering inside the next chamber, you see a lot more opulent carvings around the walls on this one. You see depictions of Thane, the moon, which kind of looks like those old lunar maps when they would actually... You know, kind of like how back at the turn of the century when they thought Mars was inhabited and everybody like made a bunch of maps of it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Similar vibe.
Everyone looks to the pulp person in the room.
They do have canals.
You see little depictions of... We gnomes, as I'm sure you are already aware, if you came through this gate, are also, it might surprise you, not true inhabitants of Groran. Our home is Thane, the Mother Moon. So, we would love for you to visit sometime. We have many cities. Schmaris, Schmunden,
Of course.
Shanghai,
Pinocchio.
Schmohannesburg.
Oh.
Ellie.
New
Ellie.
York.
New I can't
New
get
York. New York.
New York.
More?
Oh.
Arana, you can
And, and
Ellie's
Francisco.
eyes roll.
The list goes on surprisingly long.
Pinocchio. Osaka.
Istanbul.
Correction. Osaka was destroyed by Taras.
Oh my god.
Schmathens.
Smambai.
Midney. Harda.
Menace.
I can die, guys.
You're. And the one you know no one ever goes to. Brazil. POV.
Christ.
That is where our criminals go.
Fucking Christ, guys.
See,
Oh.
the greatest thing is like I remember hearing about someone had their character had like a banish spell, and whenever they would use it, they would say to the enemy, "You are going to Brazil," and they would just disappear
Oh.
into another dimension.
God damn it.
And a tragedy. Metroid.
Can't have
Metroid.
shit in Metroid.
Metroid.
Shmong Kong killed me. I hope you know that. That's where I died. And you just kept
Oh,
poking
yeah.
my corpse.
Beijing.
Smellborn.
Ho Chi Minh City.
Miami.
Schmerzy.
Saigon.
Schmerzy.
Washington,
Okay.
D.C.
We're getting off.
Okay.
We're getting off the schmubject.
God damn it.
It's like someone is like, guys, remember horrible killer monster?
Yeah, Ellie's like, all right, enough of this.
You start to realize after a few minutes that wow, this is just going to keep going, isn't it? And you
Yeah,
just
Ellie's like,
going.
Ellie's like, enough of this, and walks off.
The gnomes are full of themselves.
They have very high opinions of themselves.
I'm going
It's to
with
compensate.
Ellie.
Does it cut away and cut off halfway through
Yes,
as
it
a
stops as soon as you leave the room.
no, as a fat gnome appears? I've come to make an announcement.
No, 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 no,
I mean, there's a reason why the gnomes haven't been able to get back to their
no!
Yep.
God damn it!
How do you like that, Runda?
God damn it! Right.
I've come to make an
I'm
announcement.
glad this stupid idea for a pseudo dungeon is working so far.
We're in a dungeon in a dungeon. Okay, next room. What's in the next room?
How you like that, Obama? How you like that, Obama?
No.
I'm sure you're
What?
nerding out, but we have to go.
Yeah, Kyra's like, oh, this is fascinating. All these different
Kyra has
places
to be
over
trying-
there.
Oh, wait.
They're all completely
Written them
new
down.
city names.
Yeah, these are all things you've never heard about. So Kyra's most likely definitely interested in this.
Schmirky.
After a few minutes, though, you start to realize, wow, this is just going to keep going, isn't it?
God
Maybe
damn it,
we can
Raven.
come back here later.
Yeah.
Raven has one for you. It's Schmirky.
Uh,
I hate you, Raven.
Like
They
that
used to be called
Constantinople.
but now they changed it to
oh my god.
Yeah, we already said Schmistanbul earlier.
yeah, Istanbul.
No,
Constantinople, not Constantinople.
Alright, let's move into the next room before we stay here for the rest of the night.
Please. Yeah, we'll never
You
leave
almost
if we
fell
don't go
for a
now.
trap. You almost fell for a trap.
Kyra, your trap sense has failed.
It was a
That's
one
because
weakness.
It's not a trap for her. I'm exactly where I want to be.
It's only a trap if you don't want to get caught. Congratulations, you fell for the tourist trap.
But I'm.
All right.
The one trap that gets Kyra every time. I mean, you've seen what happened at the Titan Wall.
It's true.
They didn't even have a furred trout. I'm leaving a bad review on Schmilp.
Schmeal.
Mm.
Anyways, Kyra is going to be looking for traps still, so.
Yep. You've not seen any so far. You don't get the vibe this place was built for
Yeah.
violence.
I don't think there's going to be a trap until we run into whatever we're going to run into.
That 25, I
There's-
can confirm. Looking around, you see nothing.
I hate you,
There's never
Raven.
a trap until there needs to be one.
You need to see what Raven just did to me.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Love to use Shamatha.
I...
Save Smarsha!
Martha.
Why'd
Nine.
you say that?
Yeah,
Schmatman
Schmatman
versus Superman.
Yeah, Schmatman versus Superman is about a deep gnome and a gnome having a disagreement.
Oh.
And they team up at the end with to fight Schmoomsday.
Max Schmooster.
See,
What?
the real encounter is whether our lungs can survive the laughs.
You
Yeah,
got,
it's unintentionally a comedy.
The deep gnome. Do you bleed?
no.
Ellie is taking psychic damage.
Ellie is literally
Let's move on.
dying. Ellie is literally dying. You're killing her.
You have a lot of hard looks you're going to give Schmeisek later about his heritage.
Yeah.
All right, so as you progress further in still, the next chamber you see once again just emblazoned on the ceiling, kind of upside down, a topographical map of the world stretching down. And the voice kicks in again. Groran is home to 5 continents, each one vast and diverse in all that you can encounter there. You have a Crori to the in the center, like where you are now. Isn't that great? Vast and verdant and with no natural abnormalities of any kind. To the west you have Toraka. It's like home to rolling wild mountains, vast, great bays, inland seas, cold mountains to the north. Wonderful place. The south is Sangi. It's like a vast home to the largest mountain in the world. It's like material and natural splendor as far as the eye can see. To the north is Onan, a proud land. Somewhat cold for some people's taste, but they might be just to your liking. And to the east lies Sevrain. We don't talk about Sevrain much. None of us have actually been there yet.
Oh.
We imagine it must be nice. Maybe you'll be the first one to brave it.
Yeah.
Uh,
Like, I don't know, got fucking frogs, I guess?
Then that goes quiet once again.
all right. Next room.
All right. That's halfway down this hall. Things begin to change. You first notice it when your footsteps start to not echo anymore. Well, they already were kind of muffled, but the texture of them changes what you're stepping down on. Gone is the stone and glass. It's kind of mushy and mossy now.
I can carry the roll an investigation check, so we'll see what we're stepping on.
Sure.
Yeah.
27, okay. It is green, but kind of starts to change colors, and as you step on it, just this wave of prismatic color shoots down along the entire hallway.
Of course.
Whatever that is.
Does this look fey like what we've been dealing with above?
Roll an Arcana check.
Ooh.
21.
21 is still a very good roll.
21.
Okay.
21.
21 is still a very good roll. No, not fey. It doesn't look, at closer inspection, it's not a plant at all.
Okay.
Plant.
Survival?
Sure, if you want to try.
Yeah, it can't hurt.
And I guess whatever it is.
It's not fey. Is it tattoo related?
Does not appear to be abyssal, that same roll. Does not match that
Okay.
aesthetic either.
Not abyssal, not fey.
It runs in strange, bizarre patterns, kind of snaking its way along and appears to be slowly kind of consuming everything.
Oh. Does my 17 give me anything?
About the same results
More
Kyra
like
does.
natural? Okay.
It's not natural, you can tell that
Yeah.
much.
Whatever it
It's
is.
kind of an
definitely-
elastic quality to it. One moment
She
you
like-
touch it, and then you touch it again, and it's as hard as stone.
Oh.
This
Touch it again, it's kind of wet and soggy. Touch it again, it's actually hot.
What?
is
If I had
this
to
isn't
guess,
natural. Okay, roll an Arcana check to try to figure out what this is from what I've heard, or is it like nothing I've ever heard?
You can attempt to roll, sure.
What's that, Cal?
but if I had to guess, I think we're getting close to the door.
Yeah.
22.
That one is an 11 for you. That's amazing. All right, so... All right. You
This-
remember in college there was one professor that spoke of extraplanar things. He was kind of eccentric. You remember him talking a little bit about the possibilities of what lay beyond in the far realms.
Oh.
Planes that were so far away from the way Groran was made that everything about them seemed to just defy the rules of what should be allowed to exist. You know that there is an infinite amount of possibilities and an infinite number of worlds. You don't know for sure what this is from, but you have a pretty good feeling this is the kind of thing he was talking about.
something from. We've had to guess this is something from one of the far planes. Like nothing I've ever heard of.
So whatever we're going to meet might be from there. Oh, what if it's leaking in from the portal?
That's a safe bet. Probably the
Ooh.
portal got set to that, or was damaged, and this thing has been leaking in ever since.
No
Perception
one's
checks, everybody.
off.
If it's
Oh
from
God!
if it's from that far, it's no wonder.
Natural 20.
Oh, that's actually really fitting.
Oh my God! I have the dark vision on, so.
The lighting is getting dimmer as you go in.
You are still carrying me like an infant, so makes sense that I don't see shit.
Yeah, but natural 20. What do I see? What do my lizard eyes see?
All right, you actually would be the only one to notice this. You don't notice it at first, just kind of scanning around, but the edge of your peripheral, there's something right over your head. You look up, and you see a little eye looking down at you on a little
Oh.
green stalk that appears to be almost dripping out of
Oh
it.
God! Is it the eye from above from when we were sleeping?
No, it does not resemble that.
Okay. Ellie looks at. She eyes the eye, and she gently
It immediately
Shuffles
slurps back into the whatever this is.
when it sees us. It was just looking. There was an eye looking at us from above. It was watching us.
We definitely don't need to bother with being sneaky.
You see two more of those things emerge, this time well plainly within view. Four more emerge from up above, all further and further down the hall.
Ellie backs
They
up.
just move very quickly. Some of them retract, some more come up. Impossible to discern patterns. They all blink in unison.
Ugh. Ellie backs up and puts her arm up to make sure everyone backs up with her.
I don't have much choice.
But yeah,
Here, they are here. Why are they here? Why are they here? You just start hearing strange echoing, childlike sounds echoing amongst all of the stalks.
she gently puts her rudder down behind her.
Boy.
It's like, they have come. They have come. Why have they come? What are they come? Whence do they come? What are they? It's like, where do they go? Where do they come from? Cotton Eye Joe.
Hello?
What was that last one,
No.
Cannon?
No,
Yes.
I couldn't
Okay.
resist
Aw.
getting. If I
Anything
didn't
is
get that out,
possible when
someone
you're
else
mad.
would. I actually hate that song of the Burning Passion, so that was a little harmful for me, but it was that or someone else said it.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
God.
Gave yourself psychic damage so nobody else could.
I took the burden. All right,
Hello?
so. Hello. They said hello. Why would they say hello? Why would they
Who
say
are
hello? How
you?
would they say hello?
Who are you?
Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? They just start looking even amongst each other and you get the vibe they're parroting what you're saying.
Oh. Tail. She put Arana down and her tail's protectively holding blocking Arana.
I mean,
Do you understand?
Understand.
Ah.
I don't think they talk to a lot of people.
Can I roll an insight on
Not.
these things?
Sure. Okay.
3.
How hostile are they?
God, that is very hard to discern looking at them. You get the vibe that if these things were capable of harming you, they've had several moments that they could have done so.
Yeah, we've been examining
I don't
this
think
stuff.
these things in particular can harm us. Or
Or
have
they
any
don't
will to.
want to.
They've had several chances to where they
Ellie,
should have.
And yet no one's come back.
Ellie, walks up to them, nothing, no weapons raised or anything, but she does have Leia behind her, standing off of the stuff. and she
No one
like
comes back.
crowd.
No one comes back. No one comes back. Tremble in
She-
fear. Tremble in fear. Tremble in fear.
Ooh. She crouches down to like get more on the level of the eye. How tall are they?
They vary, but most of them are only like about a foot tall.
Okay, she
Why
crouches
do-
down to get more to their level. Can you speak on your own?
On our own? Speak on our own.
Communication.
Tremble in fear. Close the gate. To the gate. To the gate.
Why does no one return?
Return. Return. Why? Why? Why would
Ellie.
they? Why would they?
Ellie tries speaking in another. You know, she tries speaking in Vash to them to see if that does anything.
They just parrot your words in Vash right back to you.
I don't think these
They're not.
have brains of their own.
Brains of their own.
No.
She stands back up.
Or, like Kyra said, their brains are just so alien.
That's
Yeah,
also
they're.
a possibility.
Can we go by? She like tries to pantomime walking by them.
They all just slow blink in unison.
Okay. She.
Go to
Is-
the
is it
gate.
poss-
You go to the gate. They go to the gate just like the others.
Is it possible to walk like amongst them or?
You take a step in amongst them.
Yes.
They part and let you pass immediately, many of them retracting back down into the whatever it is.
Okay. She looks back at the others, just like waiting for like, should she go? Should she not? Alright.
We won't get anywhere if we stand here waiting.
Alright.
Come on.
Here
Shield-
waiting, stand here waiting.
Shield up in front of her. Ellie goes and walks forward.
As you do, just like with the first step, the ones closest to you retract back down to the surface. And as you walk past, they emerge up behind you.
Yeah.
Hey, Ron,
Yes?
They go to the gate. They go to the gate. They
Should
go
we
to
teach them a
die.
bad
They go
word?
to live.
Teach them
What?
teach them bad words, Kel?
joking.
I'm
Oh
not.
my God.
Rana kneels down and whispers to one of the eyes a very bad word. Pick whichever one you like, Phoebe.
Oh my god.
Boy. Oh boy.
Given
Oh
him
boy.
power. You've given him power, Callie.
Oh, you're that kind of person that would whisper that to someone's pet cockatoo, wouldn't you?
Oh yeah, Kel, you see her face kind of light up a little bit when you give him.
Say, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch, son of a bitch. Hey, bitch's son.
That was the best idea you've ever had.
She just looks back at you, like she like, looks back, sees you two next to each other. She's like, "Oh, that makes sense." And keeps going.
Nah, the creatures are
Best
just
of
suddenly
luck, best of
cussing you
luck.
out.
Say, best of luck, best of luck, best of luck. Good fortune, good fortune, good fortune. Don't die.
We'll try not to.
Who taught you that?
A lot of the machines came through here.
Yeah, about that.
Uh,
Few steps in, you can start to see, kind of similar to what happened with the pod plant, that surface is covering what appear to be some humanoid-sized silhouettes and forms
Oh.
underneath it.
if we don't make it out, we'll be part of this. But we're not going to.
All right. You progress outward, and strangely enough, this strange substance comes to an end.
Oh.
And you are in a hallway that appears to be made, for the first time in this whole place, of metal. There are no
Well,
windows. There are no decorations. There's no much of anything of any kind, but you can see... Strange sort of residue and powder running along on the walls.
Alright, be careful. There's something.
Can I identify that powder?
How would you like to do so?
Arcana.
Sure.
I guess I could try the same.
12.
It is not anything you've
That's
seen.
2 for me.
It's like it doesn't appear magical in that sense of the word.
Survival?
Alright,
If you want.
so
I want to try. It can't. 19?
It is appears to be very tiny little bitty flakes of rust.
Oh. Kel? Hey, Kel. Your theory about a giant rust monster might not be as far away as we thought. This is rust. She, like...
You kind of peel some off with your finger, and
Yeah, I was about to ask you, does that look like that would, like, have the danger of, like, getting caught in my scales if I did that?
it's not like sharp little jagged fragments. It is
Okay.
powder. It is like touching
Then
sand.
She holds her breath so she just gets the dust in her face and tries to peel some away.
As you peel some away, it immediately sticks back to the wall.
Oh.
Just flicks out her hand.
What?
I need everyone in here to roll strength saves.
Oh,
Wait,
yay!
is this
I
a
was
trap?
ahead of everybody.
Technically, yes.
alright?
I
So
was
I get
at-
advantage. It's
Well,
not
I
a 2, not a 0, but 12.
I do want to know. I was standing ahead of everybody.
Yep.
Oh, it'll be a
Oh,
12.
wow. Hell's the
Come
only one that
on!
passed this, which is
I'm a-
amazing and also completely makes sense. Okay,
I'm a
so
fighter.
you all tell you're for some reason you're not entirely sure why. All of a sudden, all of the metal bits and bobs on your persons are vaulted into this wall with enough force to knock the wind out of you as you strike against them. Kel, you feel the pull, but perhaps it's the arcane blessings of Uther Marn protecting your gear and how sacred it is to him. Maybe it's just that you're built like a brick shithouse. You don't know. There's not much traction on these floors, especially for someone with hooves, but you are standing your ground. Your movement speed is halved, but the rest of you are currently stuck.
Is this because we're magnetized to the wall, or
It appears to be that you are magnetized to the
Oh,
wall.
great.
um,
Me and my fucking scale mail.
are even magical weapons deflected?
It appears that they are, yes. The brain blade does not appear to be, but the rest of your weapons and armor and equipment, if there's metal components on any of it, is stuck to this wall.
Is the gift made of? I don't think the gift is made of metal, is it?
There is little bits of metal. It's mostly
Damn it.
chitin, but it is mostly metal. You actually see the protective casing of that flame tongue gem in particular.
So this is why they haven't been able to come back. They got all magnetized.
Of course.
Can I wiggle out of my armor?
You may attempt to, but that actually can take a while.
Can I just pull myself away from the wall?
Roll an athletics check.
All right, let's see.
I only have
13.
I only
Nice.
have studded leather,
Oh my God.
so I should be able to just
Can
snap
I
out of
roll
it.
an acrobatics check to get out?
Unfortunately, it requires strength to
Oh.
be able to pull away.
I'm gonna. Ellie summons Leia farther down the hall against
No,
the
you
wall.
don't actually need to. You are currently free. You are able to hold strong through this.
I
You
summon.
can see further down the hall, there appears to be a switch at the very other end of the hallway.
How long is the hallway?
There's the better part of 100-foot walk.
Oh my God.
Imako, can you go flip that switch?
Yeah, no, can do. And you look over and you see that she's got her barding
Oh,
on.
great.
There's metal on that too.
Okay.
Hold on.
We think we've got this. Hold on. Ellie summons Leia as far as she can down the hall. Does anything happen to Leia?
No.
Okay. She has Leia standing against the wall, so she's not slammed into it again, and switches places.
Roll strength save.
All right. Well, Leia's braced against the wall, so.
Roll strength save.
All right. Fucking
Oof.
Christ!
It actually hurts a little bit more the second time.
Oh, God damn it! All right. Well. It's
No,
not
you
pleasant.
are able to move. Your movement speed is halved, but you are able to
Well.
move.
This might take a bit.
He's just gonna slowly trudge towards the other end of the hall then.
Yep.
All right, we'll just wait here.
Mako will teleport, and eesh, nope. Her strength is ass, so she gets stuck again. Just that hurts too much to keep trying.
Let's let Kel go. Let's let Kel go.
It's like, Kel, it is not easy. You can feel every limb on your body being pulled in every direction, all at
Oof.
once, against their
Ooh.
will there. And you are wearing some pretty heavy armor, so it is
Yeah.
painful.
Oh.
This is it's the microwave hallway. It's except
Yeah.
it's magnets.
Yep.
I was picturing the same thing of Kel looking down this hallway.
You can't run this time either. Like some people.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's slow. It's slow but steady going.
So it takes you a bit, but you get to the end. There's a single button before you. And in the next room, I'm just going to go ahead and move to the map.
Oh, map.
Map dude.
But I'm going to have to delete most of you because you aren't here.
Yeah.
Because you's all magnetized. All right.
This is the gate, I take it.
Yeah. Can't I reach out?
We're
Oh,
like-
that's why the icon was in the way. All right.
We're like down here.
Yep. You can see, Kel, just up ahead is this chamber. Very dimly lit, and the single button before you.
Yeah,
There's a button right
I
here.
see the gate.
You can't
there
see it,
anything-
so I can't comment yet.
Is there anything in there?
I see the gate and a button.
Try to push
I'm
that.
I'm reluctant to press the button.
I mean, otherwise we're stuck here.
I mean, I can get out eventually.
I'm gonna.
Kyra,
My athletics is ass, but let's see.
Yeah, give it a shot.
Hold on, where did Kyrison go?
We can get there too, but we'd rather not get slammed against the wall over and over again.
alright. It's like, I just
Alright.
need to know, should I risk pressing the button?
Aw. Should
No,
we
do it.
risk
Can I
it?
roll an Arcana check to see if the button is connected to this?
Feel free to
ground
try.
number? That's
25,
25.
I mean, at this point, that's a very likely thing. You get the vibe that this was this is the security gate at the visitor center for people coming in. This is probably just in case they were carrying weapons and the like.
Okay.
Except
We have
I'm
no other
slow
option.
dial-
Push it.
Alright.
You press it, and you all immediately fall down to your knees. The magnetism is off,
Oh, that hurts.
and a bunch of rust powder rains down on top of you.
Oh.
Kind of stains your clothing red a tiny bit.
Prestidigitation and
Thinks
that
in a
shit
little
off.
bit more that that's probably dead construct skin flakes, basically.
Oh yeah,
That have probably
prestige.
been.
Oh god. Okay, Ellie dusts herself off best she can.
Oh, that would be why. Oh.
I am cleaning myself off.
Poor
Great.
bastards.
Covered in corpses. Our favorite.
So
God.
I'm coming, but my upper body strength isn't like my leg strength.
Yeah.
Ellie, trying to like her feel better, goes to pat Kyra on the shoulder. Pat's too hard.
Careful,
Oh.
I felt that too. Oh.
Right.
Mako shakes herself off. I'm going to be doing that for a while. Red is not my color as much as you'd think it is. It needs the white to contrast it.
Let's go join Cal before something happens.
Yeah,
Thank
let's
you.
go, let's go.
Thank you, Kel. I'm sorry for saying you had bad fashion sense behind your back.
Okay.
Okay. Alright.
I'll size you all up.
Oh, we're tiny.
Oh, we're tiny! Oh no!
I mean, it makes
There's
sense for me.
secretly also a shrinking effect. I'm just
Good.
gonna make you all 4 size here.
Oh hey, as a rogue, that's really beneficial. I get a +2 to Dex.
As the fighter, that's not great. As a strength-based fighter, that's not great.
That
And
was not pleasant.
No, it was not.
that hurt. God,
Did we
armor,
take
man.
any damage?
No damage, but if you'd kept trying, you eventually would have. You just basically got the
Okay.
wind knocked out of you suddenly.
Is everybody okay?
uh,
I mean, that sucks.
you know, and I feel like our bones got jostled, which isn't great, but
Hey VV, I see the moving mist on this map.
Yep.
It's subtle, but I
oh, yeah,
That does
Yeah.
look really
Can I-
nice.
perception.
Feel free to perception around the room. It's somewhat dimly
Yeah.
lit, but you still have the dark
But I have-
vision.
Oh my
Sick.
god! I had to roll a bad perception eventually.
All right, well, I mean, it's a pretty low roll here. This
Oh,
room
okay.
is strangely bare. The gate is open, wide
Of course.
open. You
All right.
see. God, hold on. I have to roll to see which plane it's on here. Ooh, that's fun. Okay. You just see a sea of vast clouds stretching off in every direction. Various shapes and
Oh.
sizes moving. It's like a time lapse shot from a nature special. They're moving fast. For a brief
Oh.
moment, you see something that I can only describe as being like a winged serpent made of ozone
Oh,
What?
Don't
moving
like that.
across the edge of your vision and within the confines of the gate. It's kind of far off in the distance, but its body is long. More than a minute passes before it actually is done flying by the view.
is it made of storm?
Yes.
Oh, let's not go.
I
in
don't like
there.
that.
Ellie's looking at this thing kind of like fascinated though.
I think
Yep.
that's the elemental plane of air it's on.
It must
Alright.
be.
Either way,
Ellie is.
whatever
tentative.
happens, don't get pulled in.
Yeah. Ellie should have.
This changes. These lights kind of swap colors for a moment, and the gate kind of rumbles and shakes, kind of like a stalling car that's struggling a little bit. And the view distorts and changes. You see what appears to be just a vast, burnt down forest.
Oh.
That might be the fire or worse.
Well, why would there be burnt trees in the plane of fire?
Let's not find out, shall we?
Yeah.
Either way,
Ellie.
by the look of it, I don't think we're gonna have an easy time chopping down.
It changes
It
once
mu-
again.
Oh god.
This time, you see, you're just high up in the sky looking out. You see a vast scorched land with vast scenic castles. You see that same dark sun that you saw in the
Oh
Tiefling
god.
village.
Oh god. It's hell.
It changes
All right.
once again.
All right, Ellie's going up towards the controls. What she thinks? Oh god.
Hold
See what
on,
I want to know?
I have the brain blade, so this might be what needs to turn it off.
Yeah. Come on up here, Kyra.
What I want to know is what that skull is.
Skull.
Yeah,
Oh!
Irana's looking at that. Like,
I missed that because of my 6 perception.
For some reason, I can't
Alright.
move the other token, so...
Can Kyra roll an investigation check to find anything of note around here before she gets closer, like
Sure.
more traps or an ambush or loot?
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
We're not here to plunder.
Look through their pockets.
Ellie is
We
off
street.
to the
Listen,
side.
it's not my fault that D&D causes in-game mechanical reward something like loot.
I'm just part of the system.
I will roll. May I roll investigation as
17.
well? Oh,
17. Okay,
2
sure.
and a 7. Oof.
I will allow you guys one roll each for what you wish to do to look about this room. So
oh. Does my perception count then?
I will grant you one freebie on that, since you're now in the
Okay.
open, searching around phase.
I mean, I'm not good at it, but
Better than what you had.
16. Okay, 16.
All right. Let's see. So,
2 and a 7. Oof.
What should I look at?
Mine are flat rolls because Ellie has 0 in intelligence.
looking at the skull, you can roll a nature to start with to determine if it is natural or not, or a medicine if you wish to determine any other aspects of it.
Let's go with medicine, I suppose.
Well, okay. This is nothing quite like what you've seen. The skull is the closest approximation I could find for it. It is scorched to the bone, as you would wear. It has big teeth and bizarre shapes, kind of a... Roll an arcana for me looking at it as well. 17.
Oh, nice.
It has some stylistic resemblances to that bare-toothed smile that you saw from that devil you fought in the Tiefling village.
Oh, God. Oh,
Well then.
just because I thought of it. Ellie looks up at the ceiling.
You see a ceiling.
Okay, good.
It's very tall. Looks like it's built to accommodate a pretty wide variety of things.
And I
Good
assume the
fans.
gate is of equal proportion.
It's big, yes. It's very big.
Did me and Kyra's investigations notice anything?
You notice the wildwood roots poking in down here. These statues here on the wall, which are in varying size. One showing an open hand, one showing one holding a tome, one holding a weapon. And these
Ooh.
little statues here, you find nothing of note. They appear to be decorative.
Okay.
So wait, wildwood have been planted down here? And it sprung up throughout the entire facility?
Well, I feel like if we were at its root base, we would see much more. We imagine it grew down here because if this was the base, there'd be much more.
I have no idea how much this place snakes through things. Who knows?
We think
And
this is just like where the roots have spread to.
it changes again.
Oh God. We should probably turn that off if we can.
Okay, you see, it changes to, it looks like a swamp, but the colors are inverted and all wrong.
Oh.
It's like someone took a photo negative.
Oh
it's
dear.
It is harsh to
weird.
look at,
Can I
and
roll?
something steps into view. What do you want to roll?
Oh.
As that one changes, can I roll something to see if I understand what I'm looking at?
Okay,
Like,
an Arcana would work in that regard. Okay, what exactly do you mean?
like, is there anything that I would have heard from anybody ever that would have said something about planes and what is in them?
You talking about the previous realm?
I mean, like, that back home, would have anybody have said anything about this kind of thing?
Planar travel?
Yeah.
Only just that it was possible. Powerful enough wizards could do it. I wouldn't say.
So
You do recall that. Actually, yeah, no. You came through a gate kind of like this one.
Mm-hmm.
Much smaller scale.
Yep, Epton had one as well that you came through. They actually had a whole chamber down at the bottom that was just full of an entire circle of them. But they were smaller than this one. And the Genasi guarding it were sleeping when you walked through and were very surprised at you coming through the door and thought you were a lost child that somehow snuck their way down here.
Did someone lose a sassy lost child?
Uh, does
To
she
whoever
recognize-
lost the red ferret, please collect her.
So
does she
other than
recognize that negative space?
other than that, what would have anybody have said anything like that regarding planar travel?
Just that it was dangerous. Nothing specific regarding that. Your dad had some pretty wild stories that you thought were kind of made up about some wild places. That, looking back on, you realize maybe he's done this himself.
Vivi,
Ooh.
Yes.
I have one action I want to do.
Okay.
I have all those caltrops and ball bears.
You do.
At least the caltrops. I think I have. You think I would pick up ball bearings from the camp we raided?
I believe you did have some there, yeah. If I remember right.
So yeah, I just want to right in front of the gate, preemptively throw things. So anything if anything walks out, it has to step on them.
Yeah, you have enough movement range to make it there to do that. You'd have
So
to run
guys-
up closer to do it.
And
I can
I'm
get
still stealth, so
Pass Without a Trace is technically still active too.
yep. So I'm gonna make. You want me to roll stealth again, just to make sure?
If you want to roll stealths again, that is completely up to you guys, but that will be all the actions you can do for this. Before what happens next, because I have described something coming into view.
All right, Kyra's just gonna preemptively ball bearing and
Okay.
caltrop right where
All right.
anything you should be able to walk out.
Okay, I will draw a little shape there.
I'm gonna back up behind the statue and try to stealth behind it. Because
Caltrops.
I might not be able to tell what that plane is, but I can tell that it's not good.
Yep.
I
And
do
I'm
not
going
like
to-
the look of that at all.
Yeah.
Anyone want to tell Kel to fight too? Because right now he's just standing out in the open.
Kel!
You can
So
see
what
everybody
comes into
moving.
view?
All right. All
Then I
right.
guess the astral dreadnought pulls it, puts its
Oh
head
no. No.
Hey everybody! I
through.
got
Welcome to
lost.
Amigo.
I don't want an astral
Jazz.
dreadnought.
Oh, trust me. Oh, trust me, amigo, not to dwell in a place like this. What you see kind of resembles a frog.
No. No.
Uh-oh.
That's what I was
You s-
afraid of.
I can make you a.
No.
We're in danger.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh god, BB.
Oh God! This track.
What the
Yep.
I have been through so many creepy YouTube videos with the exact same fucking song.
Mm-hmm.
that
So-
fucking name. God damn it, BB.
Hee
You were so excited for this.
Yep. You see, just seeming to get bigger and bigger, you see just this silhouette that's almost frog-like. At first down on all fours. Because a couple of you have not rolled stealth checks, it looks through curiously.
shit. Kyra is stealth.
Tilting
Fuck,
its
I was-
head, stands up, getting taller and taller,
Oh.
Oh,
takes
no.
a step forward.
Does it have a 3-stock die?
You see another pop into view,
Whoa, fuck.
a little smaller than the other. Then another.
Oh.
They look at one another, then look at it. Point ahead, and you just see massive claws. Then there's a flash of light. And they fall to the ground bisected.
Whoa.
Oh, shit.
Our friend.
It's this massive echoing laugh fills the entire chamber, echoing, rolling. The colors start to warp and get stranger and stranger. The energy of the room seems to bleed in. The colors taking on all different manner of meanings. You begin to smell red. You begin to taste blue.
Can we act?
Yeah, can we do something?
No.
Oh, fuck! Fuck!
Fucking beholder shows up. Ah, fuck.
You see
Oh,
a silhouette begin to emerge. Long, spindling thing, serpentine almost, floating in the air, coming down, and you just hear this laugh echoing out. You see this surge of color of all kinds coming from the center. At long last, my way home is here. I return. Intruders, no less. The voice begins to echo. The gate begins to bend inwards as the force of this thing beginning to enter into the room. And you see this.
Good.
What the fuck is that?
So you dare intrude upon the chamber of... And as it enters... minuscule Jimbus!
What?
What?
Fucking amazing.
What?
What?
I can't see you over there.
He's
Get over here, come and face minuscule Jimbus. You have trespassed upon his home he is very much look forward to returning to.
he's,
What?
a little
What?
small.
This tiny little eye thing is about the size of a Tamagotchi.
Oh my god! I just. Hello?
Yes.
Who are you? Who are you?
Did you not hear my proud proclamation? You have intruded upon the lair of minuscule Jimbus. You at least
didn't-
are doing me the honor of remembering it.
Yeah, we were blinded by your magnificence.
Ah. Just kind of tilts down. You see a little tendril come up and touch just underneath the eye. Very good then. Oh.
Minuscule Jimbus.
Yes.
I don't
It'd be
think
rude-
Ruby has it in him to do an evil one of these.
I don't know what this is.
I mean, since they're supposed to be insane and all crazy, it's like there's a lot more flavors than just I'm evil.
I don't know what the fuck this is. Would it be rude to ask what you are?
Why? Why would you ask what minuscule Jimbus is? Minuscule Jimbus is minuscule Jimbus. Oh,
Who? We
this
have
is
never
all
seen
that massive
your life.
Jimbus's fault. Propaganda
What?
spread amongst the Jimbus collective. They mock
What?
minuscule Jimbus.
No, we are merely ignorant.
Google. Keep talking.
Yeah. We've never we've never seen your like before. It is a new sight to us.
You're our first impression.
Yes, you are our first impression.
Why have you come into the lair of minuscule Jimbus? Have you come to harm him? To plunder him?
No,
No.
we're just trying to close this door.
So nothing else can intrude upon minuscule Jimbus's lair.
We are what you would call contractors.
What does that mean?
Oh, housekeeping?
They've mocked minuscule Jimbus for so long, but at long last. Does that mean you floats over Arana, just kind of floats in a circle around you. Looking at him, he is a bizarre little thing. His eyes are constantly changing colors. Minions for minuscule Jimbus?
Oh, Yes, of course.
Uh,
We are
Yeah.
here to help you. We don't want anybody to intrude upon your solitude. And this is
See a
what we
tear
thought we
start to
should
well
do.
up in his eye.
Oh no! Yes, we are going to close this portal for you, minuscule Jimbus.
Why? Why would you desire this portal, the one source of entertainment our minuscule Jimbus have?
So nothing else can bother you.
I just fucking kill them if they come through.
kill.
Saw what I did to those frog things, yeah? Minuscule Jimbus packs a punch. Does a little 1-2 fist motion with his tentacles a little bit.
Oh, I'm
Wait a
sorry.
minute. Have you been following us, or did you come out of the portal?
I've been trapped in there for... Just starts holding up tentacles in front of its eyes. It happens sometimes. This thing's unstable. Minuscule Jimbus just
Yeah,
has
we're
to
just,
wait for it to open up back here. Just hangs around, waits for it to come back.
Yeah, we're here to make sure because you have neighbors that apparently you don't know about who
They're kind of terrified of you.
Oh, they fear minuscule Jimbus?
Yes.
although they might want to know you so they could also become if not vassals and an ally maybe?
Minions for minuscule Jimbus?
Yes, maybe.
More minions, yes.
Minuscule Jimbus does not know if minuscule Jimbus is a mini-minions type of fellow.
I am.
It's like a lot
I
to
am-
keep track of.
Well, you
I
could
am-
at least
That's a lot of
screen
birthdays.
them.
It's like, that's a lot of birthdays to remember.
Well, they're constructs, so you don't have to keep track of birthdays.
But that would be rude if minuscule Jimbus did not. Minuscule Jimbus may be an overlord, but he has manners.
Like what?
Well,
Vivi.
if
You have thrown me
you're-
through so many loops.
Well, if you're not a many minions kind of whatever you are, you could at least, I don't know, go through a screening process.
This one is statuesque, large. I like the horns. Floating up, just kind of peering around at you.
Thank you.
You will make a splendid minion. I will use you for muscle.
Unfortunately, I'm already someone else's minion.
Some of us are independent contractors.
You fucking zoom all the way over there.
Yes, he just dramatically floated back as high as he could go.
Ellie shrugs. We're a free agent.
Minuscule Jimbus.
Can someone with a minion be a minion?
Why, yes. That's called initiative. Moving up in the world, as it were. Minuscule Jimbus approves.
It's called a pyramid scheme.
How dare!
Right.
Is that what you're under, my friend? Those are scams. They're trying to take your money from you. Minuscule Jimbus does not approve of such unethical practices.
I'm gonna
Fuck, I love
die.
He's a
minuscule
straightforward
Jimbus.
evil
I
overlord.
am in love. I am in love with minuscule Jimbus. This
It
is
sounds
our
like
sister.
he wants to be an evil overlord, just but he's actually really a nice guy and he's really shitty at it.
That's what it sounds like.
Oh god, have we met the Doofenshmirtz?
Oh.
You met the Doofenshmirtz of Dreamholders.
It's like, yes, it all started when I was created, and neither of my parents were present.
My parents tried to disintegrate me.
Oh, God.
Actually, I do not know who my parents are. We are a collective. The Jimbus Collective. We hate
Oh.
one another, but we meet up every once in a while, for we seek out the prime Jimbus, from whom all Jimbuses flow.
What can you tell us of the Prime Jimbus?
We do not speak of the prime Jimbus without knowing the facts first, and we know none. We only refer to him as the prime Jimbus, because we have to come from somewhere, don't we?
Fair. That's a
A
fair
dream of a
point.
dream. Who is the
Skeptical
original dreamer?
Jimbus does not think so, but we do not like skeptical Jimbus.
I am fucking. My brain. So we're just gonna shut off the portal then.
But what will I do for entertainment within my evil lair?
You have
come with-
neighbors who you could move out to have a bigger lair out in the world.
Well,
You could talk to things.
Lots of
Okay.
things to learn here.
but I've seen so many worlds through that gate. So
Have
many.
you- But
But
have you gotten to
learned this
know
one?
each world intimately?
Why, yes, in fact. So intimately. But eventually the luster wears off, admittedly. Minuscule Jimbus has seen most of them.
What does minuscule Jimbus do in these worlds? Just observe?
Look around.
Finds
And
out
find out?
occasionally.
Minuscule
And fun.
Jimbus is not a particularly ambitious sort with exploring, but I don't want to go too far away from the gate for when it opens again. It has, admittedly, been taking longer for it to cycle back, and sometimes
yes.
it doesn't cycle back long enough for me to come through.
Yes, because this gate is, well, let's put it this way, it's falling apart, and at some point it might cut down entirely with you on one side.
You'd never be able to come back to your lair. That's why we wanted to shut it off for you.
You truly came to the aid of Minuscule Jimbus?
Yes, we did.
Yes.
We generally try to help everybody, and I assume you're part of everybody.
I do like to be a good minion.
You'd better not be lying to Minuscule Jimbus.
I'm not lying to Minuscule Gemus. Why would I do such a thing?
Minuscule Jimbus is a delight.
Kyra and Amaka are like, okay, so which one of us is the minion of the other?
It's going to entirely depend on which one of us he asks first.
And he asked me first, so...
Do you know how to turn this off? Do you know how to turn this off, Minuscule Jimbus?
Well, I mean,
Kyra walks up with the brain blade.
ooh, shiny. Very fancy looking minion. What does that do? Is that a special magical sword of some kind for smiting foes? It's just floating along behind you and around you.
Alright, what does the brain blade interact with this?
There is a little slot on it.
Kyra is just like, here goes nothing.
Alright. Ellie gathers up the caltrops and thing. Actually, not yet. Never mind. She does not. Just in case something else decides to come through.
Yep.
Before it's turned off.
You still see those giant frog corpses laying there in the negative color other side of the gate.
Hey, wait a minute.
On the other side of the gate.
And then another one
wait.
flops up and it screams, no!
If you walk through that
good.
gate right now, Ellie, you might be stuck on
No,
the other
I'm
side.
not. I'm not. We're not. She takes her whip, and could it, like, reach long enough in to grab one of the corpses?
These are pretty big chunks. You wouldn't be able to pull them back yet.
Okay.
I have to be BRB for a quick minute.
Sure. We can take a break here if need be,
Okay.
actually, if anyone needs to go to the bathroom or anything.
I do.
And now I will spell out the name of your new boss, apparently.
God, BB, God, I'll be back.
Minuscule Gemus.
Fucking Jimbus! Fucking Jimbus!
Gemus.
I'm very satisfied. I have stories about Minuscule Jimbus that I will share when this session is over.
Oh my god.
Fucking Jimbus.
Irana kind of nudges Cal real quick and she goes, that looked real close to the other things being split in half. But he said he hasn't been here for a while.
Yeah,
I don't know if I like that.
still prowling about. So, Mr. Jimbus.
Minuscule Jimbus.
Minuscule Jimbus.
Yes. If you
Is
just
that
refer to me
all
by
you're
Jimbus,
doing?
you may get me mixed up with one of the many other Jimbuses in the collective. It's best you learn the full title. You might run into the others who are similar to me in stature, like Micro Jimbus.
Atomic Jimbus.
Yes,
You can't even see
regular
him.
size Jimbus, Jumbo Jimbus, Massive Jimbus, Unit Jimbus. Appropriately
So-
sized Jimbus?
Fun-sized Jimbus.
Yes. You name it, there's a Jimbus. All across the multiverse, the whole collective, never seeking out the prime Jimbus.
So, minuscule Jimbus, is that skull over there your handiwork?
Yes.
And who was that?
I don't know, some guy dressed in BDSM gear.
Yeah, we don't like them either.
Good. Minuscule Jimbus does not feel conflicted now. If we are going to be minions, and Overlord, we must have a very clear and openly communicative relationship.
Yeah, one of those tried to murder us before we could get here to be your minions.
Oh, Minuscule Jimbus will not allow this.
Minuscule Jimbus will travel back in time to kill him.
Minuscule
Again.
Jimbus might have already done it.
That's him right there. That's the bitch in the corner.
So, yes, I have found a way back into the mortal world. Oh, shit.
And Rana's just like, yeah, come back through now, asshole.
So, minuscule Jimbus,
Yes.
what is it you do exactly?
Why?
I had your
What?
hand!
Why? Minuscule Jimbus does his best.
Don't we all?
I returned.
Hello.
Yes.
What happened?
We're dying.
Minuscule Jimbus is answering questions.
Did the gate close?
Not yet.
We're waiting on Nora to get back before we progress the plot. Right now, it's just ask Minuscule Jimbus.
Yeah, we're just fucking around with minuscule Jumbus. He told us that the skull up here was just some dude in BDSM gear.
And all the other kinds of Jimbuses.
Huh. I wonder if he was the same guy who used to have this.
We made that same joke.
Minuscule Jimbus got very upset on our behalf when we told him that he tried to murder us. Like, I cannot allow that. I fucking love this guy.
It's kind of refreshing to meet a monster who doesn't want to kill us on sight.
God. I love minuscule Jimbus, Phoebe. I'm going to die, though.
Well, these are not necessarily canon, but I'm going to do it in the end character voice anyway because it's funnier.
So what exactly are the benefits of being a minion of minuscule Jimbus?
Minuscule Jimbus offers protection and, well, it's embarrassing, but Minuscule, you have the distinguished... No, Minuscule Jimbus must project confidence, he says, tapping himself on the chest with one of his tentacle tips. So, you have the distinctive honor of being among the first of Minuscule Jimbus's minions. So Minuscule Jimbus gets to decide that for himself. Not every Jimbus has the kind of opportunities for growth as Minuscule Jimbus.
Oh god, you startup firm.
What is your favorite thing to do, minuscule Jimbus?
I like exploring worlds. It's been fun, seeing lots of crazy things. Some of them friendly, some of them not, but Minuscule Jimbus is no slouch.
Apparently this place was built by people who wanted to explore other worlds.
Well, no wonder Minuscule Jimbus has felt so at home. It's his attempt at exaggeration.
Have you explored the surface of this world?
There's a surface of this world? What's a surface?
Basically,
Okay.
you know, all the trees in those other worlds you saw?
There's a big floating bastard up in the sky. Kind of bright.
Big floating bastard.
What? Wait, I just got that.
What did I do? Hold on a minute. What?
You know how other worlds are just all this one flat surface?
Well, not all of them. There's the triangular world, the trapezoidal world, the rhomboidal world.
Well, this one there's layers to the world. Right now you're on between the 10 layers of the underworld, and
It's like the onion dimension.
I'm glad you said that before I did.
So hey, what's up? What are those weird ass
I
frogs?
imagine the onion dimension is not friendly to beholders with all
No.
their eyes.
this
Mr.
is
Jimbus nearly met his end there.
more like a cake dimension or a lasagna dimension.
Apophany.
I did not know.
Hey, minuscule Jimbus.
Yes,
What are,
minion?
what are those weird ass frogs?
Oh, I don't know. They've never spoken to me. I've been calling them Trevors.
Trevors.
If it's about as much as anything.
No.
They're not very nice folk. They laugh a lot and they croak a lot. And well, they were about to come into minuscule Jimbus's lair and they stink up the place. They leave stains everywhere with this gooey slime they emit. Can't have that.
Well, to advertise our world, we do have frogs, but they're much nicer.
What's a frog?
They look like that, except not as mean.
And smaller, much smaller.
They're also incredibly dumb.
Fascinating. You bring much wisdom and joy into minuscule Jimbus's day.
Then why don't
Yes.
you come with? Then why don't you come with us?
But minuscule Jimbus. Minuscule Jimbus is. Minuscule Jimbus does not have a reason to refuse you, minion.
There are
See,
many things to explore beyond this hallway.
we can show you the world.
Shining, shimmering, splendid.
Didn't expect you guys to break into a musical number here. All right.
Anyways, we're all here, so
Yeah, that's Rodder's job.
You jam the brain blade in. The gate shuts off. Power's down.
yeah,
That's easy enough.
somewhat anticlimactic given everything up until this point, but
Yeah,
okay.
we were expecting like minuscule Jimbus.
Yes.
What are the things out in the hallway that have much eyes?
Oh, minuscule Jimbus doesn't know. Minuscule Jimbus doesn't talk to them. They are insulting.
Oh,
Let me
They
guess.
mock minuscule Jimbus with their superior size and their mimicry.
Well,
you know fair. You know fair.
Yeah.
fair warning that there's Kyra, you're good with words. Just tell him what's going on.
about the situation outside, or
Yeah. But something invisible is running around slicing people in half, maybe.
oh, do you know about anything that's invisible that slices people in half?
I have yet to find an invisible that slices things in half dimension, so no.
Well, there's something like that here.
Oh my. Well, minuscule Jimbus will do his best to look out for himself. And for his minions, of course.
Good to know.
I'm. We're going to have.
Meanwhile,
Oh.
Tyra asks Amaka, wait. So, if I'm Jimbus's minion, and you're my minion, and the Super Dragon is your minion,
It's like a leaning tower of minions there. It's like Minion Parcheesi.
So
Well,
we're done.
if minuscule Jimbus truly is going to leave behind his lair in search of a new one, then it is best minuscule Jimbus leaves nothing behind. And his tentacles all just flare out and just shoot out this quick laser, and this gate is cut in half into several pieces, and they just fall down to the ground.
Well, at the very least, they won't be able to reverse engineer it.
Yeah.
Minuscule Jimbus is satisfied. His lair shall not be corrupted by anyone else. They will have to make it their own. The memories, they only belong to Minuscule Jimbus.
As he just floats down the hall.
Minuscule Jimbus has never gone this far before. Minuscule Jimbus would just sit in here, tell jokes to Minuscule Jimbus' self and laugh about them.
And then
Hey,
you have-
wait. Didn't
Well,
we?
now
Didn't
there's a
it-
whole world you can share your material with.
a whole head. Well,
Didn't Pauldron tell us that they heard crying?
Yes.
Pauldron did tell you that, yes.
Yeah, I know.
So the crying with minuscule Jimbus being
Yeah.
made fun of.
It was minuscule Jimbus being by himself and secretly being very sad about it.
Oh, he's our friend now.
You're my friend now. We're having soft tacos later.
You are being
Minuscule
adopted.
Jimbus loves soft tacos.
You are being adopted. Do not resist.
No, you are being adopted.
And I will
Okay.
not.
As the Minuscule Jimbus's minions. I shall have directives for you later, as soon as I think of them. Minuscule
Right,
Jimbus is going to show up all the other Jimbuses with dope-ass minions like this.
Then I
Right
guess
this
we
way,
go.
your illustrious Jimbus.
No, I am nothing like illustrious Jimbus. Don't you dare ever speak those words to Minuscule Jimbus again!
Minuscule Jimbus. It is a figure of speech in this in this plane. It
was
is meant to be a
lowercase illustrious.
yes.
A Minuscule Jimbus expects this plane to know better.
I wonder if minuscule Jimbus knows a comfortable Jimbus.
Oh, yes. He's one of the better ones, but he's still kind of a dick.
I'm gonna die.
VV,
Yes.
you've dealt psychic damage to me tonight.
Yes.
I want you to know that.
No, this is psychic healing.
So how long was this character planned?
I'll tell you that after the session.
Hey, let's retrace our steps back to back to Pauldron, I guess.
You make your way back through, experiencing the tour in forward motion this time, and
Oh.
Minuscule Jimbus stops and just takes in everything for an uncomfortable amount of time. And just enamored with everything. His bright eye just shimmering every single color, just constantly moving. His eye is a kaleidoscope for all intents and purposes.
Minuscule Jimbus has experienced such wonders and learned so many things. Say,
And as you enter in past that, when you cross through the eye stalk chamber,
he just goes, do not make eye contact. They do not deserve it, minions. Keep proceeding.
he just floats overhead, shoots one of them the stink eye right at the very end, then
Come, minions.
He knows what he did. Said some very uncouth things about Prime Jimbus.
So you don't know what that is?
Why would I? Exactly. Minuscule
Some things.
Jimbus is not omniscient. Omniscient Jimbus is, well, omniscient Jimbus has been dead a long time.
Aw.
Oh.
No, omniscient Jimbus had it coming. It's the one thing he didn't see coming.
Oh my god.
Oh, I
He lost
fucking...
in his duel to inscrutable Jimbus.
I fucking love this character. Holy shit.
It's amazing. It's amazing, but also my brain.
If he is like telling jokes, Irana is listening to them, and even if they're bad, he...
depending on your taste, every joke is bad.
So what about Grumpy Jimbus?
Oh, Grumpy Jimbus. Let me tell you a tale or two about Grumpy Jimbus.
He just chatters the whole way back to the tour.
Yep. Every time there is something, he's like,
Minions, stop. I wish to soak in this knowledge.
just sits there, just listening intently for a bit,
Minuscule Jimbus is satisfied.
and moves on.
Let
And,
it be known,
uh,
minuscule Jimbus appreciates the lore.
Minuscule Jimbus appreciates knowledge in all of its forms.
Oh, then I guess we should. Our name is Ellie.
Yes, that's right. Oh, stupid, stupid minuscule Jimbus.
But you're minuscule Jimbus, not stupid Jimbus.
No, I'm not. That's why I said minuscule Jimbus afterwards. Stupid
has one
Jimbus,
there.
well, we all have a lot of respect for stupid Jimbus.
That's Gens.
All right, so, minion, your name is Ellie, and this minion,
Looking over at Leia.
This is our sister. She cannot speak. Her name is Leia.
noted. Does Leia consent also to being my minion?
Um,
Leia's a ghost.
Insight Leia?
Leia
I think?
is giving you a bitch face, but she can't actually say anything for herself.
It's the default lizard face.
Minuscule Jimbus cares about consent among his minions.
She goes where I go and does what I do.
Are you okay, Leia? Blink once for yes, blink twice for no.
She is a ghost.
Well, the contract does say with living beings, typically.
Technically a 2-for-1 deal.
Wait a minute. That was
Prolonged
Kyra.
thinking sounds. Prolonged thinking sounds.
Okay. Insight Leia? No, what am I talking about?
Stevie, that would include Kyra, though.
Minuscule Jimbus will allow you to tag along, but until you consent to it, Minuscule Jimbus cannot offer the service package that comes with being Minuscule Jimbus's minion. I am sorry.
You fucking intern at Minuscule Jimbus.
And as for yourself, I would like to know all of your names.
My name is Arana.
Inarana, wonderful. What can you do, Minion Arana? What are your skills?
I
She
can
makes food.
make food and I can make music. And I can throw things into a wall.
Minuscule Jimbus is satisfied. What about you, large one?
Kel,
Kel, and what can you do, Kel? What is your skill set?
I hit things.
Wonderful. The muscle you shall be.
I was like, what? Like, visibly insulted?
So many microaggressions against minuscule aggressions against
He
Ellie.
turns to Kyra. Kyra is gone.
Oh no. What about you?
Your mock with
Yeah.
upward.
Oh
she's
boy.
She's the smart one.
Like, I'm
I
a
was
Mako, and
I was
before
refer-
I'm a Mako, and up to this point, they were all my minions, but I am just so humbled by your colorful personality and immense power, Minuscule Jimbus, and I am willing to abdicate to a proper overlord. You have shown me the multicolored light. And this is my minion. My number one minion and partner, Kyra. She's very smart. Maybe want to make a dress code or something about those khakis she's wearing, though.
Wow.
Sorry, but this is the one opportunity I actually have to do something about it.
Kyra. Minuscule Jimbus likes the colorless garb. Minuscule Jimbus thinks you are doing your best and dressing your best, and that you are comfortable with yourself in that regard.
Oh my god.
Comfortable. Meanwhile, Amako's face just goes to despair.
It's like, no.
Trapped forever with the khakis!
It's like, there is no God anymore.
Yes. Minuscule Jimbus believes you are the perfect number of minions, maybe room for one or two more, who knows. Minuscule Jimbus is flexible.
Okay, this is Amako right now.
Fair warning, we have a friend outside. He is a robot. He will not mean you harm. So please do not attack him.
Minuscule Jimbus, we'll take your words into consideration, Cal.
And he's the minion of one of the people who contracted us.
Respect. Minuscule Jimbus would like to meet him.
And then
He
just go.
floats on straight ahead, not caring about how fast you guys are following behind.
Kyra's keeping up pace
Mhm.
while mentally just take any chance you get to gratuitously critique my dress, don't you?
Look, have you looked at me lately? And look at yourself? There's some differences there. We both know it. And upon reaching back up to that sloped hallway leading back up to the surface, seeing the edge of the water that you had to walk back under, Minuscule Jimbus just looks up at it,
Well, Minuscule Jimbus is nervous all of a sudden. What if they
Aw.
don't like Minuscule Jimbus?
We'll
They
break the ice for you.
You were such a kind minion, Kyra. Minuscule Jimbus will remember this. Minuscule Jimbus will come up with a reward system of some kind.
Minuscule Jimbus will remember this.
Like stickers.
Oh my god.
Minuscule Jimbus will think of something.
And Minuscule Jimbus, no matter what, you always have us.
You just see another tear start to well up in his one eye. He just quickly wipes it away.
Minuscule
Aw.
Jimbus is having about as good a day as Minuscule Jimbus ever will.
Meanwhile, Kyra's in her head. God, him and Nicole meet.
Him and who?
Nicole.
Oh, oh no!
Also,
you
be
progress
careful
up-
of the water
like-
around here.
Why would Minuscule Jimbus be careful of water? It's just a basic elemental compound.
The overlord of the water in this world is, he's a bit of a dick.
Well, Minuscule Jimbus will have words with him then, should they ever meet.
No.
Irana's kind of like,
Minuscule Jimbus appreciates your candor, Ellie, but Minuscule Jimbus is the boss, remember? Minuscule Jimbus calls his own shots.
Yes, but a good boss listens to his underlings. His
And I did
minions.
listen, and I chose my own path in spite of it.
I should. We carved our own
He's trying to
path.
have confidence.
He carves his own path. Follow our route.
Float back
Both
up.
the same.
But
Eh.
it has to be this way.
He floats back up to the top, and you just see a few moments later, just wow, you're back, and you look at what the fuck is that?
Okay, so the reason why anyone you sent didn't come back is there was a giant magnetic security
So,
gate.
son of a bitch.
It was tearing apart all the constructs.
It was really hard to walk through it.
But we shut it down, and we've encountered this individual.
this is
It's
minuscule.
alive.
This is minuscule Jimbus. He is our new overlord.
Yes, and I am told that you will take us to yours. My minions and I have business to speak of with this overlord of yours.
Irana is
Minuscule
trying.
Jimbus must set the record straight.
Irana's trying really hard to convey with her face that please just go along with this.
Yeah, same with Kyra.
Yeah,
Roll insight from Pauldron.
everyone's looking at him like, please, come on, just go along
Wow,
with it.
23. Okay. It's like
Damn.
his face doesn't move much, but you do see it is pushing the limits of how much limited range of motion he has as you're looking at all of this and just taking it all in. Just right. This way, minuscule Jimus.
Jimbus, then I will forgive you.
Oh my god.
You make your way back. Minuscule Jimbus, as you're floating around, he looks over at the red crystal you pass and goes,
Oh,
Minuscule Jimbus takes offense. Shoots a laser at it and it just disappears.
What?
Beholders.
Irana looks at Pauldron like side-eyed, like, do you see why we want you to just go
Play
along
along.
with this now?
Hmm? Yeah, totally. You have chosen your overlords well.
Minuscule Jimbus,
Yes, Ellie?
how did you do that?
Same way you just talked to me. I just, I look at something, I want to shoot it, and I just shoot it.
Why did you
Minuscule
shoot it?
Jimbus is just innately capable. Because Minuscule Jimbus has the ability to do things, and Minuscule Jimbus appreciates being able to do them.
That is fair.
Minuscule Jimbus
Also-
did not like that strange rock, so Minuscule Jimbus wanted it gone. And now it is gone.
But by the
Yeah,
way,
apparently those red rocks belong to the water overlord.
Well then, consider that a message.
Sending a message.
That's good, because one of his minions tried to kill me.
yeah, and he tried to turn us into a monster.
Oh. Well, that may be a retroactive assault on one of Minuscule Jimbus's minions, but he is angry all the same.
Aww.
Irana is full of chaotic energy right now. She's just like, ah. If I tell Minuscule Jimbus about something, he might be angry about it for me.
So, all of you and Minuscule Jimbus
Yes.
make your way back up to the hall.
No. What you
and
mean is Minuscule Jimbus and his minion.
Yes.
Pauldron's there too.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
yes. So, okay, forgive me. I will correct myself. Minuscule Jimbus, his minions, and Pauldron.
There we go.
Make your way back up into the town, and if you thought you were getting weird looks before, just
Are these all minions like yourself, Mr. Pauldron?
no, actually, they're just people here. They're just making their way, doing their best, I guess.
Potential minions.
If Minuscule Jimbus were a more ambitious Jimbus. No, Minuscule Jimbus will keep his goals realistic. Come, let us meet Overlord to Overlord.
Yeah.
This is great.
Minuscule Jimbus. Do the rest of you, the Jimbuses, have like another name they go by?
The
I've
collect-
already told you the names of many of the Jimbus Collective.
Like, is there like a whole, like something else for like all of them as a whole, or is it just Jimbus Collective?
We are simply Jimbus. Except
Alright.
for simply Jimbus.
Simply Jimbus.
Like, who's that?
That is simply Jimbus.
At least he's not as
Okay.
bad as suspicious Jimbus.
Oh, you know of suspicious Jimbus?
God.
No one knows of suspicious Jimbus.
Oh, that's... Curse him. Curse his name.
We're
I
back.
hear suspicious. I hear suspicious Jimbus is hiding among us.
God damn it!
Lurking.
Minuscule
Not gonna lie.
Jimbus cannot have that.
Not gonna lie, that's pretty sus.
Minuscule Jimbus feels you are making jokes Minuscule Jimbus does not understand. But
We are
Minuscule
making
Jimbus
jo-
will allow it because Minuscule Jimbus has only just come into your lives as your overlord. But we have time to get to know one another.
Entering inside, once again into the garden.
Oh, how lovely. This overlord has exquisite taste, far better than my own. Minuscule Jimbus must learn a thing or two.
You approach Spring, who just kind of looks up and regards the situation and just, I didn't expect this.
So this is Minuscule Jimbus.
Yes.
He
Is
was
that-
the one down. He was the one down there. He was not killing your constructs. It was a magnetic hull that was ripping them apart into flakes of metal.
And Minuscule Jimbus here was gracious enough to allow us to close the portal.
and
And
trying to
with-
make a very awkward face of please just go along.
And minuscule Jimbus was wise enough to keep other things from coming through the portal.
Minuscule Jimbus reduced it to its most primal elemental state.
That
Minuscule Jimbus is something of an overlord himself, Mr. or Miss or... How do you prefer being referred to, overlord to overlord?
Spring just looks at all of you for a moment.
same thing as with Pauldron earlier.
Yep, same face. Like,
Aldrin's
No,
even
that
making the same face too.
Yeah.
You know what it is?
Yeah.
We're all doing the Excalibur face.
Pretty much.
Pauldron saw vaporize that fucking Tethu pillar.
Yeah.
See. Well, splendid. Glad that's resolved. Sorry for the misunderstanding, Minuscule Jimbus. We thought you were killing our people, but it's good to know it was just a security measure the creators made that our people weren't allowed to live and go through. That's actually a pretty terrible way to die for one of us, now that I think about it. Frozen to a wall, unable to move until you disintegrate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty bad.
Yes.
Well,
I think our bones are still vibrating.
see, the thread is ended, the gate is closed, so
More
I
than
could
close.
send
More like in
Pauldron.
pieces.
It's like, Pauldron, could you verify that? Just to make absolute... Oh, you know what? I'm going to trust you on that.
Well, in case you want in case you want to make sure we turned off the magnet.
I
Yeah.
believe you. I believe you. You're all carrying a lot of metal.
Minuscule Jimbus would not
we
allow them to
are.
be so immobilized.
It was but one of the many obstacles to meeting you, Minuscule Jimbus.
You buried a gauntlet to meet Minuscule Jimbus.
Yes, we did.
Yes.
Dead pit face. Yes, we did.
All right, then.
Rana's delight is real about this. I want you to know that.
Don't doubt it.
Oh.
Well, I promised you answers. Answers I'll give you. And Spring just kind of rises back up to his feet and moves away from the dais. This will take you back up to the foundry levels if you allow it. You will be right where the plunderers you say you are should be located.
Ooh, Ellie's eyes narrow.
Minuscule Jimbus. Yeah. Upstairs, like, there's some mean people.
Yeah. One tried to forcibly enslave and put in a cage Ellie and Amato here, and the other, his boss, tried to murder me.
They care nothing for consent.
You just see one tentacle go up in a kind of way to Minuscule Jimbus's eye, followed by a second one, then a third one with each and everything you guys add on. By the end of it, he's got like 9 tentacles bunched up in front of his eye stalk.
This cannot stand. Minuscule
we-
Jimbus. Minuscule Jimbus is having some strong feelings right now. Minuscule Jimbus is nettled.
He's nettled. Oh no! Minuscule Jimbus. We're going to murder one of them, just so you know.
Minuscule Jimbus will grant consent to this upon seeing the individual for Minuscule Jimbus' self.
Thumbs up.
They are enemies of my minions, and they are my enemies. Minuscule Jimbus
God.
is loyal like that.
God, what did we do? We have a beholder kid with us now. The entire fucking world is quaking in its boots.
Minuscule Jimbus is absolutely fantastic.
So,
Yes, it is.
on the nature of the King of Green and the Invisible Predator and that whole
Yes.
situation,
Yeah.
Promised answers. The King in Green is the first. I suppose I should specify. This city, the elves actually came through here first. The gnomes found them exploring about their worlds in ancient times, and they came in peace at first to learn. Then,
Oh,
well, let's find some appropriate music here.
Oh God, are we going into a flashback?
Yes. Let's folder what we do here. Just trying to find the right one. What's this? No, too intense.
Intense study session.
Okay, that works. Yeah, it's an appropriate mood. Okay. Say the least, it was good. The intentions were good, the visit was pleasant. No harm was exposed, no subterfuge. Completely different than I'm sure what you're used to hearing. Calamity struck the Wildenwood, the home of the elves. Their entire plain just scorched, reduced to ash.
oh, that's what we saw. Yeah.
Their king, in particular, was horrified by this, traumatized at the loss, fearful of what would happen if they could not make another home. Tensions ran high. Not everyone responded well, then what I know, and it is little, well, many perished. And in fear of whatever happened coming here again, well, truth be told, it was later learned that the king of the elves was not himself, truly. He had lost himself, his personhood replaced by something else, something insidious and infernal in nature. Something that sought to burn all worlds. He fed the fear and desperation, and they ate eagerly. And it seems the scars of it are still felt to this day. But the thing is that not everything from that world was lost. The Wildwood's few survivors found this gate still open. They came through. The king in green being one of the last of the true nobles of that world. A forest spirit of sorts, I suppose you could call him. Taking shelter in the wildwood trees, boughs, and internal magic, the closest thing to home any of them had, they fed, they drank deep of it. Spread even experimented a bit, which is just kind of gestures back at the sapling growing out of his own back, which is how we came to be. So yes, war and tragedy, terrible things, lives lost, bad, all of it. But I exist, and the only reason I exist is because of it.
Good comes from bad.
Well, a forest takes sometimes a forest needs a fire to grow.
Like those fires, but yes. Now to answer your question, the king in green is fickle, wild, and ultimately capricious, cocky even, and kind of a downright bitch. But
But
the one you seek is your protector, soon to not be any longer. He is the last of the firstborn. The last one that still stands. That sword, gesturing down to the one that you're holding, Ellie.
uh
His whole body is made of it.
oh
He was made as a last-ditch resort, a sort of god-killing weapon capable of fighting just about any foe. Forged
God
from
killing.
potentially, yes. Believed he could at least match the giants. The gnomes made him as a failsafe. Was he that powerful? I don't know. They never finished him. But somehow along the way, he too found life. Whether by our means or another, I don't know. He awakened and he's patrolled these halls, the upper ways of it. I've seen it through Mother. Ever searching for some sign of purpose, and looks over at Kyra and at the brain blade there. I think feeling that, a beacon of a creator, probably filled him with the closest thing to hope he's felt since he first came online.
Oh,
So, is there any reasoning with this thing?
what is his name?
Likely doesn't have one.
Oh,
No one's probably ever taught him how. Concept's probably never been introduced to him, but he knows that the green things here are the enemy. If he would ever come down here, he would see us as an enemy.
is there any way to talk to him?
He may know the tongue of the creators, he may not, but I would urge you caution.
He's going to try and kill us. You have to try and talk to him.
I genuinely hope for your success in that.
If he's as powerful as you say, he killed several others about as strong as we are, maybe. We would he wouldn't be able to go very far.
Perhaps. But if you are under the King in Green's protection, skill Jimbuses, then who knows? Might have a good shot.
Why is the King in Green put us under his protection?
Shits and giggles, most likely.
Of course. Fable shit. No insult intended.
Something of a mix, so... meh.
I would like to think that we could reason with this being.
God killer.
I would like to think we could reason with him. There's
So,
no reason.
is this thing the most devastating thing we have to worry about up there?
In terms of combat prowess, yes.
What were you saying, Kel? What were you saying, Kel?
I would like to think that we're not bound by our purpose.
Aww. we
We're
would
not.
we would be inclined to agree, Kel.
Well, you're talking to someone who was literally made to be a weapon with no mind of its own. So I can't help but like that. It was a pleasure to have known all of you.
What will you do now?
I will allow you passage to the surface. And I will allow any others who wish to go along once things cool off. I will look through Mother to determine that. And
Well, if this ice takes us back up to the forge, we don't want to be walking into
A trap.
ambush or right in the heart of the plunderers.
Grin kind of goes quiet and inert for a moment then. You won't. They are not near where you will be going. But you will
Do
be
you
close
know-
to them.
All right.
And they won't know.
No. You have an
No.
opportunity for surprise, but I will warn you they are many.
Ellie clenches her fists.
So before we met you, we had a goal of stopping an empire from plundering this place. Kyra says to Mystical Jimbus.
Noted. Minuscule Jimbus respects your noble goals.
As well as, in 2 days, we have a rendezvous to escape back to my home. If you would like to accompany us.
Although your majesty may be a bit conspicuous.
Well, Minuscule Jimbus can simply do this.
Just completely disappears.
Are you invisible?
Yes.
Well, that could
I
work.
thought so. Yeah.
That works, yes.
Minuscule Jimbus knows that Minuscule Jimbus does not look anything like any of you. Minuscule Jimbus has seen nothing like him except the other Jimbuses. The other Jimbuses told me that it is best to not draw attention to Minuscule Jimbus itself when among others that are unknowing. I thought you sought me out, seeking me to be your overlord. Why else would you have come down there?
Well, we are happy with you just the way you are, Minuscule Jimbus.
Another tear starts to well up.
Just in the middle of just floating in the middle of nowhere, a tear.
Yep.
That's the only thing we can
Aw.
see.
Will you stay here?
I've grown fond of this garden. He just kind of sits down. I see no reason to leave. Think I will stay here. Stay here until I'm just as much a part of this garden as anything else.
Hopefully one day things will be well enough for people to visit you and just come down peacefully.
That does sound nice.
Aww.
Well, your quest awaits you, and I am no longer in your way. I thank you for freeing us of that one last burden.
Aww.
And what of Schmalset?
You'd best bring him along if need be. He's been chattering the entire time that he still needs repair. He's tried to
Alright.
break in here 4 separate times, and I've had to shoo him back out.
Alright, I'll go grab him.
Your sister could fix them, couldn't she?
Oh, she'll do more than fix him.
And there's Smizik. I'm sure he'd love to get his hands on him.
Also true.
Oh,
It just now hit me that if those two meet, that's going to get really, really nerdy really fast. God, Schmizik's like, what, 3-4 times her age? At least?
oh, and
No, knows 4 times as much technobabble.
You say that.
So, oh boy, this is going to be weird.
Well,
But,
all of the technobabble he knows has Shmem in the front.
oh jeez.
Well, let's
So-
put it this way. Even though he's like 3 times her age, she's already built an airship.
He probably would have if he could, but fair point. Alright, so, anyway, that just gives us something to look forward to as we,
And from what I've heard,
Start the next chapter.
she's been working on a pet project, like a personal one-person airship.
Hmm.
Well, that's... Minuscule Jimbus is excited to meet other prospective minions and friends of minions. If Minuscule Jimbus is capable of handling that many responsibilities and remembrances, Minuscule Jimbus wishes to learn all the personal details about all of his minions' lives.
Oh. Well, minuscule Jimbus.
First, Minuscule Jimbus must deal with the enemies of Minuscule Jimbus's minions.
Would we... Listen, before we go up,
Yeah?
whether I win or lose, Flint is ours. We need to finish this.
I mean, Imako has the same claim to you as you do.
But you also fight a lot better. I think your odds are better. But
And Imako could help if she wants.
I might pee on his corpse at the very least. I
But-
feel pretty good.
We need to finish this. He got away last time. He won't this time. Even if you need to leave without us, we're not going with him still standing.
Minuscule
Either way.
Jimbus will not allow that.
Either way, do you have any experience in completely destroying something? You know what an airship is?
No.
Giant vehicle.
You know a boat.
No.
No.
Is there like
you'll
is there like a piece of machinery on the ground?
There's lots of machinery all around, yes.
Ellie scooped up a piece and holds it up like in the air. It is a thing like this in the air, but much, much bigger.
Minuscule Jimbus will make a note of that.
There you go, Kyra.
Just point it out, and Minuscule Jimbus will do what Minuscule Jimbus does best.
Come on. All right. Shall we go?
Well, he's good.
Good fortune follows you, Spring says, just kind of slowly crouching down more and more as if coming into a resting position.
Ellie puts out a hand, despite their huge size difference.
Oh, he's got his back turned to you at this point.
Oh,
Just kind
okay.
of crouching down. It kind of looks like he's going to sleep.
Oh, it has been a pleasure meeting you.
You as well.
Kyra comes back carrying in faucet.
See,
Yeah.
Faucet.
we are truly seeking out repairs, Creator. His friend.
We're gonna get you to somebody who can repair you, yes.
This is one of our minions.
Oh no.
I was
Swap
not
it
aware
in.
of this relationship change, livestock person. Hey, his
Oh,
name
no.
is Kel.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
Two neurotics.
Aldrin,
Yes,
are you coming with us, or are you staying here?
I have to give everyone time to make their decisions, but once Spring says it's safe, I think the surface world could stand to see that something good did come out of the war.
Oh. Yeah.
And
I think-
Kel is gonna lay a hand on his shoulder then, when he says that.
Ellie comes up and puts a hand on both their shoulders.
Stop this.
We have to see you again, Poldrin.
Probably will. I don't intend to come up quietly.
Well,
Come up swinging.
best of luck to you. Yes.
You as well.
Pauldron bumps into Dax and Patina.
Aw.
Bumps into Fellow.
You
They have
know,
their own party.
is he wielding a weapon of any kind?
You don't see any on his person.
Do you have a weapon?
Leaned his arm up and a long sword comes out of the wrist.
Oh, okay. We were gonna offer one of ours since we have many, but you have something, so that's good.
You're going to need them. Hold on to them. I've got everything I need.
No. Then Let's go.
Fortune.
Good fortune.
Just turns and starts walking out. You step onto the dais, glancing around the garden, and the air just kind of closes up as some sort of strange translucent tube appears all around you, and the floor
Oh.
rises up and starts to rise higher and higher. You see yourself approaching darkness above and the garden below shrinking from view.
Aw.
It gets dark and you hear nothing but just the strange motion of air.
We have run into some crazy things so far. Influence of tattoo, Ragmith actually doing something. This.
Yeah, shit's pretty weird.
It's
Yeah.
weird, yo.
Not long ago, we were just living in the by ourselves.
I mean, same here. Kinda.
Oh yeah, but you lived with your family, didn't you?
Yeah, mom.
Oh. Our mom kicked us out. And our dad. And our tribe. Just.
Still processing that one.
Yeah.
Just hear you hear just the cocking of penance.
Howdy. Kyra.
Well, I'm glad we didn't make enemies of minuscule Jimbus, but I'm still looking forward to hitting something.
Minuscule Jimbus approves of this violent course of action.
Yes.
So has
You're-
the brain blade
Hmm?
has the brain blade changed or had anything due to all the interacting it's been doing down there?
Doesn't appear to be any different at this point.
I could just
Mercenaries.
imagine minuscule Jimbus's tendrils can wrap over each other to like a resting arm pose.
Yeah.
Exactly that, yes.
Oh, I love Mystical Jimbus.
Okay, Discord farted. I'm
Yeah.
Alright. You go up this dark tunnel, very little light, besides just the dim glow of the little skystone plates underneath, similar to the structure you were in, lighting you all from underneath. Minuscule Jimbus's eye emits a bit of light,
No.
and as does Imako's fur, but not much beyond it. You just look up, waiting for the promise of the ascent and its destination, and the conflict that likely will follow. And that is where we will end the session.
Woo.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That was some really good stuff there.
Yeah, that was so good.
So those were slads, right?
Yeah, those are slats.
Okay, I
Let's
felt
go Jimbus one-shot them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me just say you guys finally found the log of this campaign.
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
And let me tell you, I have set him up since session 1.
Wow. I'm gonna.
Every fucking dungeon and thing you guys have gone into. But yes, go ahead.
Would you like me to stop streaming before you tell us the origin